There we are. Patiently waiting. You still have 3 minutes. That's not patient. Okay, let me press record here just in case. Boop. All right. Can you hear me? Okay. You can hear me well. I don't need to adjust anything. We're all good. Let me go to this. Boop. Okay. Let's give it a few minutes and let people get in here. How are you doing today? No one's doing today. It's interesting. It usually tells me how many viewers I have so I can keep track of stuff. It looks like it's pretty tight too. So we don't have that big of a lag. That's good. Anything exciting and new out there in the quarantine world? My allergies are still trash. I can't breathe. Why won't it tell me how many viewers I have? See, normally there's a little thing right here that tells us. I'm wondering if I have something. Yeah, no, it kind of works. It's just, I don't know. My allergies have been, it's like allergies and sinuses. Like I get, when I worked in Hollywood, I burned out my sinuses really bad. We were next to a fire, and that fire had lots of paint and other weird stuff, and it fried my sinus. Literally, chemical burned my sinuses, and ever since then, my sinuses are always kind of a wreck. And now it's allergy season on top of that, so it's kind of a mess. All right, I can't. This is really frustrating. I can't tell how many people are here. Does this give me how many people are here? Nope. Restream usually does, but I'm not restreaming this because it's pseudo public. Okay, guys, I don't have any concept of how many people are here. So I need you guys to kind of call out and tell me, because normally there's like a little thing right here, but for some reason, I don't know if I removed it or what's going on, but I have no idea how many people are here. So until I know you're here, I don't really know how many people I have in here. And that's the issue. Because as of right now, it looks like we have 4 people. Maybe we have 4 people. Okay. Hey. Now, once again, we're going to have to work on naming conventions. Because I'm pretty sure I know I asked you guys to put what time it is locally so I can get to the people who need to be gotten to first. And then your name, but everybody put their names first. And then time zones. It's way too early for me to figure out what the hell time it is in your time zone. So, no, everybody did it. I don't know how we got. I thought we went through this, but I mean, who knows? It's been a little chaotic. Um, well, basically, I guess what it comes down to is if you need to be dealt with first, tell me, and we will deal with you. Because there are a couple people who, yeah, I need like what is your local time, right? Because I know PST 8 is my time, right? But um, the whole reason, the only, let's put it this way, the only reason I want your times is if you have to go, right? So maybe, maybe your names are fine, but if you just put like a one in front of your name, and that way I know that you guys need, because it's very late and or very early for some people here. So I just need to know who is to go first. That's the only reason the time zones are there. So maybe maybe we'll figure that out. So the other thing is, sorry guys. The other thing is, from now on, we are going to be having all, because I think everyone knows that there are now two classes, right? So we're going to be doing the crits at the same time, but that also means that your homework is going to be different. And the second class gets a sneak peek on what their homework is, because I'm keeping the homework the same. So I guess whoever is time sensitive, tell me and we'll deal with you first. Huh? Well, you know what time the crit starts your time. It's right now. Okay, let me rephrase this, and everybody listen. The only reason I want times on there is so I know for the people who need to go first. It was sort of a way to organize it, but it's just becoming too convoluted. So for those of you who have time constraints, please inform me at the beginning of each crit, and we will start with you. See? You're very sensitive to the time, so I assume that we will start with you. Now, what time is it? It's 10:05. Let's give it another 10 minutes or so for people to get in. Just so everyone knows, if you're here and lurking, not helpful because I don't know if you're here or not. Because for some reason, I used to have a how many people are here, and for some reason it's not showing up today. So I don't know how many people are actually in the room at the moment. Also, well, like some of these, they said that the clips, oh, these are clips though. That's why they're not. Some of these are old, and I guess these are clips. But someone told me that these will only stay up for 2 weeks, and that's the issue. Well, I have it going to my YouTube. I can do that easily. It just does it as we do it. And if you go to .com/TS Wittelsbach, as you'll see, the crit sessions are up here. And the thing about YouTube is they will stay there forever. So, and they're up. I think they're up as soon as we're done, or pretty close to it. So until I figure out how to get my recordings over to Vertex, this is the place you can view them, and they are well, see, you said this is streaming live, so I think it records it as it goes. I don't think there's any time lag. There may be. I don't know. But that's where they will be until we figure out how to get them to Vertex. What do you mean the old one? That's last week's. This is this week's. There are only two, right? Right? Of course, of course. Yeah, the past videos are here. Well, here. I mean, these are some of my. These are the ones that I streamed on mine. If you want the ones that I stream on Pixelogic, they're on Pixelogic. Right, they're here. Is that what you're talking about? And then you just go by viewer, because I'm in there somewhere. Oops, sorry. That's not. I don't know. Is that what you're talking about? All right. So it's recent broadcast. I mean, some of these are older. Oh no, that's recent. These are only the ones that have. Okay, so yeah, it might be the 2 weeks. All right. Okay, so they are here on Twitch, and then they're also going to be here on YouTube forever and a day. Okay. Where do you see that? I don't know why mine's not doing it. It's a little frustrating, honestly. Oh, there it is. It finally showed up. Okay. I didn't realize how how poorly I speak, how well you can hear me drinking with this microphone. Okay. So, Mikey's, which model? Who are you? I'm sorry. Once again, don't expect me to remember anything, guys. Well, once again, I'm not posting the class videos. I have no access to those. Just so everyone, once again, just so everyone understands, as far as Vertex classes and stuff like that go, I have no access to the backside. I don't do anything with the videos. I mean, you can tell me all you want, but it's not going to do you any good if you tell me. That's a Ryan and crew thing. And I believe that they were having some issues. Something happened, so it should happen quicker from now on. But once again, I have nothing to do. I do the same thing you guys do. I click that link and I sign in. So the only reason I have access is because I sign in through Ryan's thing, and that's why it says Ryan when I talk. So just to be clear, I have no input on that. I can't speed it up. You can ask me a million times, and it's not going to make it 1 second quicker. Not that I'm complaining that you're asking me. I'm just saying that it's going to do you no good. If I know anything, I'd be happy to tell you, but I don't know anything for the most part. All right. Well, I mean, you're the one with time sensitivity, so we might as well start with you. Oh, you were making a joke. Okay. So there is no one who needs to go. Is that what I'm saying? There's no one who... Okay. Then we'll just start at the beginning. Okay, well, let's rephrase that. Who's here and wants to go? That way I'll at least start with someone who put something in here. Okay, give me your name. Sorry. T-Vibes got you first, Brian. So, okay, Trevor. Sorry, guys. It's just nothing personal. You do not know how many of these little screens I see a week. I'll never, ever, ever remember your I can't even think what they're called, right? Your handles. Okay. Trevor, where's Trevor? Brian, Jason, Sarah. If I don't know whose that is. Luke, Dimitri, Sarah. That one's just a leaf. That one doesn't seem to have a name either. Oh, that's Marina. I don't know whose that one is. It's under best version, huh? So that doesn't have your name or your or your time zone in it. Okay, we'll start here. Let's go to frame. All right. Looking good. And let's look at your block up. Okay, you have an awful lot of geometry in that block up. That's not your original block up, is it? You didn't. I like how it gets spammed by my Facebook. For some reason, I have no idea how to turn that off. So you change. You change your block up. This is not how you blocked up, right? And for those of you just tossing that out there, remember everyone that this is my public channel. So some people every once in a while come in who aren't in the class. For my normal viewers, it's cool if you lurk, but remember this is kind of a class. So try to keep, let's not have, I don't need Russian boy. Oh, you should have done that in yellow and Blender. We'll stop that. At some point, I'll make someone else a moderator here so we can nuke people who are being obnoxious. Not that anyone has been obnoxious yet. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that, because this is a really even mesh, and I know you didn't block this up. This is not how block up goes. Okay, so let's look at our first block up. Right, and that's too much. Can everyone see that this is it's a little too much geometry for your block up? For something this simple, you can keep it much simpler. And I can see what you were trying to do, but you're just, once again, we're not trying to get the real features of the piece in our block up. Because, this could have been done in probably 40 polygons instead of 900. And then this is the model that you sculpted off that block up. All right. And so this is the model that you... okay, so this is your projection stuff. Let's go down to second block up. Yeah, right. See, much better. And I assume you've moved this around some. Yeah. So, right, 200. It's a much better block up. Because once again, at 200 in 8 or 9 subdivision levels, we're only going to be at, 1 to 4 million polys, depending on how big this is. I think the magic number is like 730 something that you can get that extra one in, and I believe that's the ninth subdivision level. So we're always hunting for subdivision levels. Then you did your projection new block up, and then this is your final part. Okay, so let's go back up to our higher res, and let's look at our part. So once again, there's not going to be a ton of sculpting critiques, obviously. You did a good job about keeping your edge thin, even though you have thickness in the part. I would say, though, that, and I understand that you're putting texture in at, the lumpiness is texture, but I would say be careful because you're just a wee bit too lumpy, I would say, probably. Where's my brush? How big is this thing? No, cancel. No. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go sliders. Yeah, so you made this, well, it should be in that 140 range, right? Where's it going? What are you doing? So you made it 100, okay. So remember that if a thin membrane flower gets this lumpy, it's going to collapse, right? Because let's actually look at lilies real quick. And I understand the attempt to get character in it, by come on, give me an image. Really. But if you'll note, let me get big images here, size large. If you'll notice, there's such thin membranes that if they are lumpy, like the structure would fall apart, right? And so, a lot of this is, you can see that the texture, if you're thinking about it, the texture is actually almost like fabric, where it's losing its tensile strength and it starts to torque and you're getting bends. So instead of it being, come on. I think my quick saves is, but if you think about it, the object is actually quite smooth, right? And then the texture is sort of a linear texture. Hold on, let me just make sure that this is set at 40, not 20. All right, so, because see, you're kind of changing the direction of the flow here. You kind of have texture going this way, right? You kind of have texture doing this. And then that. Well, let's lower our resolution here. And kind of smooth it out with the tension, right? So if you have texture that's actually breaking that edge, right? Because really, your texture is kind of this, right? It's not rolling over this that much. Because you're not really getting because the texture in this isn't structural. Oh my God, it's so, I can't even speak. It isn't really structural texture. You're dealing with surface texture, right? So instead of getting super lumpy, this would be a place where you're getting something that is, let's say, and I'm just going to grab something we have, right? Let's say that, and let's turn it down to almost nothing. Maybe a little more than that. Maybe not that much. You know, it's on something like this, it's more of a surface texture, and obviously the texture isn't big circles, but it'll kind of give you an idea of what I mean. So, you know, your structure is actually very slick and smooth, and if you're wanting to, you know, so it's not just something slick and smooth, just make sure that whatever texture you put on it is a surface texture, not a structural texture. Structural, gosh, I am having a real problem with structural today. Does that make sense? Where, and I know I've been told I say does that make sense a lot, but it's the only way that I know that you're all kind of wrapping your head around it, right? Instead of making it part, you know, it's not the leaf that's actually or the petals that are actually wiggling. The petals have very sleek, very tension-filled surfaces, right? And the second you make a lumpy surface, you've lost the tension. And so on something like a petal or what, it has very directional, right? Because think about it as like, you know, a folded piece of paper, right? There comes that point when it loses structure and then it collapses, right? But petals have these beautiful structures that are self-supporting, and by getting these ridges in here is how they're actually, you know, they're almost creating sort of I-beamy sort of things with the trenches and curves and V, right? You know, each one of these actually creates a more supported surface, right? These are like just like little I-beams, basically. Every time you get I don't know what you'd call it, the V or the insert, the change of the surface tension, right? Where you get the V in it. Gosh, I can't off the top of my head think of a word for that. That was also very melodramatic. You know, the leaves are getting these things as structural support, right? These are basically becoming little I-beams which allow the leaf to be more supported, right? And so if you go with that lumpiness, right, what you're telling me, it should go back. Come on, go back. Okay. I don't know where you went. Let's just come in here somewhere. There. See, this is showing me a crumpled surface. So how can this be supportive, right? Where if you are smoothing it out and you're thinking about how a structure of a leaf works, right? And I know that this leaf doesn't have this melodramatic of a belly or a V or whatever. I'm having a hard. It's early, guys. Whatever the hell that V is called. Just I can't think of it. Channel groove, a groove, yeah. So the grooves are the things that are supporting the leaf, and that's how come it can get so long, because it has bigger, deeper grooves, right? And that V with that vein up the center of the leaf, these don't have veins, right? But they have bigger grooves. So you did a good job about, keeping weight, But you see what I mean? As you create the surface lumps, you're actually making it look like the surface is broken, as opposed to nice, clean, flat surfaces that then you can texture. But if you're breaking the surface tension of that, it looks like it's non-supportive. Down here, who cares? Because we all know that that's a hard surface with some texture, so that's a fine place. But I think that's the only thing I'd say, is that by trying to add texture, you created unsupported surfaces that look like they're going to and or already have collapsed. So remember your surface tensions. All right. And then once again, if you are going to texture it, make it, let's do this. Right where it's on the surface, not in the structure. Do you have any questions about that? I mean, all in all, I think that's really your only issue. I know I've smoothed this out, so I'm just going to come back in and just make sure that rollover is there. Clay fill. And you can just take slide and kind of punch that back and under. But yeah, all in all, good. And the second block up was much better. I can only imagine it was easier to work with too. Yeah, and so much less time. Does anyone have any questions about this and or the block up that he did? Once again, give me feedback, guys. Say yes or no so I know to move on, because I'm used to Twitch and I get these lags, and so I don't know if I'm sitting and waiting for the lag or if I'm waiting for responses. So I need you guys to kind of give me a response so I know that that you're here and listening. Okay, thanks, guys. That feedback's important because, like I said, sometimes when I'm streaming, I have 15 to 20 second lag. And, if I just keep moving, I don't get a chance for people to say yes or no. And that's why I'm always saying, do you understand? Do you understand? Because I'm sitting here waiting in the dark. Okay. So who's next? Brian wanted to be next, I think. Burp. Frank. All right. Well, see, you have a right idea here, right? Now let's look at your block up. I would still, so you did the cylinder method, obviously. I would argue that you still have too much geometry in your block up, right? I would try to make this less, because what'd you get up to? You got up to 7. You're at 7 and you're at 6 million polys, where if you cut that in half, you could be at 9 subdivision levels and at 4 million polys. So, so I think this is just a little too much geometry for your initial block up, because, hold on, duplicate. let's go into Z modeler and let's see what we can get this to. Alt. No. Oh, I have to delete higher. Undo. Let's do it on the duplicate. Delete higher. Come on. Why are you not letting me delete them? Hold down Alt. Alright, fine. We'll just go to delete. I push delete higher, damn it. Okay. Here we go again. What am I missing? Yeah, I don't care if it matches the background image. That exact. For some reason, this is not allowing me to delete edges. Okay, well, that. Nope, it is just not going to let me do it. Okay. Yeah, no, nothing's masked. Oh, but it's still not deleting. See what I mean? That's super weird. Okay, well, not going to get tied up on it. So you could do this with at least half, if not more. Because if you, once again, if you're trying to match the silhouette exactly, you're wasting a ton of geometry. Because if this were, you know, just a hand, it's really annoying that it's not letting me delete things. If this were just a handful, you can move the mesh as soon as you've divided up to have the geometry, but you've lost at least 2 good subdivision levels here. And obviously for this one, that's not a big deal. But as we get into more complex models that have more demanding surface requirements, come on. Where do we delete your high res? Okay, there it is. That was me tapping away trying to, there we go. Okay, so now as far as your texturing goes, boop, boop. I would say you did a similar thing that he did, and that is you tried to put texture in where you didn't understand what was happening with the surface. Like this actually could be a good break, but you understand that if that's there, this now becomes another bend part. Just take tissue paper and kind of hold it and twist it. So we're going to lower the res here just a little. Once again, how big is this? Okay, so you're not working. Well, that makes no sense. Your scale is really wonky. But I don't know why that changes my slider slope tool. Try to work in scale. Okay. So see these lumps? Because it was 4 millimeters. It was 4 millimeters tall. Well, let's go back to where your scale was. Slider is the subtool. You're only 7 millimeters tall. Um, Remember I said try to make it in that 40 to 70 millimeter range? Okay, well, you're almost, yeah. You know, if you're making an object, it needs to be sizable and you need to work to scale. A 5 millimeter flower is pretty darn tiny no matter what we're doing with it. Okay, so Dee Dee's Ghost, are you in the first class or the second class? Okay, so remember when I did the spider? How you can pose it, move it, and still retain your detail as well as. Okay, so that's why you want as many subdivision levels as you can because it allows you to do things to that model that you can't do. One, it allows you to clean better as well as pose, shift to do. So the most subdivisions you can get, the better off your model. Obviously, we're doing a lily right now, so it's not demanding, but this is because I want you to have a simple block up. So do you understand why you want, because you say it's still not clear. Is it not clear even after showing you the spider? I mean, don't say yes just because I'm telling you, you know. I mean, if you don't understand, then. Well, okay, so the intermediate levels are what separates the actions from one another. Okay, hold on. Let's get done with this now. I'll show you. Okay, so we have our little groover here. But once again, this is where. Stop it. Stop it. Low res, low res. Low res. What in the hell? Why did we? What happened here? All right, you know what? We're just going to reload the tool. Come on. What are you doing? Trying to stay patient. What in the hell are you doing? All right. Don't have the patience for that. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know why it's sitting there spinning, but guess what? It can die. I don't know why it's behaving like that, but we're live and I don't have the patience to sit there and wait for it to figure out what it's doing. I think, I have no clue. I would guess it's probably, I don't know. Wacom gave it to me, so I'm not exactly sure. It's whatever the core structure on the Pro Engine is. Here, let's go here and see what's going on. Well, my home setup is a dual 18 core with 98 gigs of RAM. So what do you prioritize? As many fast cores as you can get and a lot of RAM. All right, so let's get back here. So once again, where you run into the problem that I don't know why these are being so weird size-wise. Let's lower res. Lower res here. And now we're just going to relax this surface so it's not lumpy. Because the lumpiness is what is giving you some weirdness in this surface, right? This isn't bad, but you don't want that break in it. You got to really kind of analyze how your surface tension's working, right? Because the one thing flower petals are not is lumpy, unless they're crunched, right? Because if you think about it, hey, where's our little guy here? You know, so basically this fold is, right, that I-beam. That bend is what's creating the support for that leaf. And then this is fall off. And that's why this can be frilly, because this isn't being supportive. That's just the outside edge kind of doing that, right? But like this shape here is going to be a supportive structure, and then this falls off. And that's why I say you might want to play with fabric or something to kind of get an idea of how that's going. And once again, if you get, let's come back down here. Oops. There's that weird little punch in there. Yeah, see, because you were trying to put too much geometry in it, you get this weird little pinch, right? The more geometry you try to jam into things. The other thing is, look at how much geometry you have right here in this edge. And that edge is nothing. There's no detail there, right? You just pulled that out when you did your block up. So you want your block up to be as clean, simple, and even as possible, so you don't get, see, like these weird bunches are because of the geometry. And I know you can just retopologize, but see how it really changes stuff there? You want to be real careful about that. And now, you know, that is starting to feel a little bit more like it. And then on stuff like this, I tend to use inflate and turn it down really low. And it'll give me sort of surface tension, right? So if you're trying to get that linear sort of, instead of drawing them on, you can get them by putting creases in your surface, right? And so just, right, and see how it's just a nicer curve. And then once again, if you want to, the other thing is for implied thickness, you see how this has just basically been filled in here. Hold on, let me get a bigger brush, right? And so this edge is actually fat, right? Let's look at it from right there. You're not implying thinness, where up here you're doing fine. So just remember, especially on things like this that are supposed to be thin, if you get those edges thin, right, when you catch, see how that looks like a thin edge now? And that could just be because this surface doesn't necessarily associate to this surface when you're looking at it as far as thickness goes. What your eye is going to do is you're going to travel along that edge, right? And see right there, that edge is reflecting like a thin surface. Right there, that edge is reflecting like a thin surface. So just remember to try to keep away from, if you're trying to get something that reads as a thin edge, right? You were kind of in there. See, that doesn't read as a thin edge. That reads like a clamshell, right? And all you have to do is knock that back a little. And that dramatically reads thinner, right? Because you're going to get this shadow from this scoop. And then once again, instead of drawing that line, think about these as sculpted in, because these are structural, right? So if you're putting that kind of texture, and I think you're going to be happier if you're actually sculpting it in as opposed to drawing it on. Right, you kind of have a little thing there. Because once again, you're not really thinking about what's happening here, right? None of these folds are going to start here in the middle of this. They travel the length of the leaf or the petal, right? Boom, 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 boom. And you're not going to have those lumps in there unless the surface tension is breaking, right? Because that's got to support. This is supporting this curve, right? So if there's a big hump here, that means that has broken. And so this isn't going to support into those nice long curves. And these are big, long, elegant curves, right? These are very feminine, very simple forms in a lot of ways. Right? And then you can come up high res, and you can see that by me smoothing those out, all those lines smooth down, but they're somewhat there. And you can come in now and start to play with how you want these things to react. Let's keep that up a little. If you really are looking for that ribbed, undo. Let's change that to sub. Let's make our focal shift a little bit more. Right, and you can see how subtle that is, but give me a second. Right, that doesn't look like much is going on at all until you look at the reflectivity, and those become nice, subtle, but dramatic. I mean, that's a pretty good line for something that's barely there, and that's where you can really decide how where you want these surfaces to go. Right? But don't get too wacky, because once again, this isn't a very textured flower. You know, it doesn't have a lot. It can have, you know, that handful of structural gap grooves, but this isn't something that's getting a lot of texture. Yep. Oh, can I move on? What if I don't think you've learned enough? What if I have other things to say? Don't tell me when I can move on. What the hell? Let's see how you are. All right. Is there anyone who wants to be next? Stop being silly. Okay. Jason's right here. Boop. Okay. Now, you actually have your texture. You're thinking about your texture correctly. Let me put it that way. I would still say that you're a little lumpy this way, right? Because once again, let's go back and look at our lily here. Right? And yours, I mean, you're getting some of this nice fold over stuff in here. You're getting some of this. See, Brian, that's more. See how subtle that surface is? But we are getting a little lump, but if it's there for a reason, right? Oh, it's breaking, right? And do you all know what I mean by breaking? You know, like nice wool pants will break over the shoe, and, you know, depending on the time period, it was either one break or two breaks. Yeah, the flowers were homework for the first class. You're like, wow, all these people really like lilies. Okay. So I think you're headed in the right direction here, right? You know, all of this is good. I would say, though, because you cut this groove into this right here, you're winding up with a visual hotspot right here. Right, or here, let's draw on it. Do you see what I mean? See how you have a shadow here, a hot spot here, and then sort of a shadow here. So we know that you have a ridge right here. And when this gets into something reflective, that's going to be very clear. So even if you are crunching it down, don't draw that line in there, right? Get your clay, hit this, and scoop it out. So even if you're in relief, and this is like 3/4 relief, make sure that your surfaces are behaving as such, right? Because you don't want that hot spot. You want this to feel as if it were full 3D. Okay. You only have 190,000 polys here. Well, okay. So that also explains some of your lumpiness, is that you just don't have enough, you don't have enough resolution here to, did I delete some of your resolution? No, this should be up in the millions. Start sculpting in that 1 to 3 million range, okay? Because what that allows you to do, right, I can come in here and now smooth, ooh, that's not smooth. I can smooth this, and I'm not destroying my structure. if you do not have enough subdivision levels, right? You were at 197 or 198, yeah. If I start to smooth here, I lose structure, right? You don't have enough geometry to be able to have control over your mesh, right? Because as I lower this, when I'm smoothing, I'm not trying to smooth the surface. I'm trying to relax the mesh. Does that make sense? I think we went over this, but you know, oh, what just happened there? Stop that. Boop. Somehow I moved my brush palette around. Let's grab that and bring it back over here. Boop. And you got a weird pinch in here somehow. Oh, it's this transition. Why this isn't being super smooth is you have these two pinches here. It's okay. And let's go all the way down and let's look at your block up. Not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. And how you got these two pinches is you just pulled this out and that pinch there. So that makes sense. Okay. But see, you only have 196 polygons, and you can go all the way up to 8 subdivision levels to be at 3 million. So this is much better control over your mesh. So, no, you're only trying to keep your block up low. We are not trying to keep the overall geometry of the part low. You have to have separation between your subdivision levels to be able to control your mesh. And what I mean by control your mesh is this. And who was it? Who was talking about? Okay, Dee Dee's Ghost. Here's the thing. Okay. Obviously, this piece was sculpted at 198, right? When I say be able to control your mesh, so in smoothing, using the smooth brush, we're doing two different things. One, we're either trying to smooth off surface detail, or we are trying to use smooth to relax the base meshes. Now, let's discuss this. So let's say that I like this, but see how this is a little lumpy and I want it to be a little smoother. And when I say smooth, I mean that under tension, right? This should be a nice clean curve until it breaks. So I'm gonna, I want to come in here and make this a nice curve. The problem is that you notice I'm losing all my surface detail, because sometimes, we move things and we get everything going around, and then we kind of make a lumpy surface. So it's easy enough to just come in here. And you notice if I push smooth hard, this is very destructive to my mesh, right? So here I've got to be very careful and just barely touch it. So I'm only relaxing my mesh. Okay, so this, very destructive. So I got to be careful how I'm using smooth. Now, as we go up to a higher resolution to 198, you can see that we've still lost quite a bit of that surface resolution from that smoothing, because there were only, actually, and I went up one too many. We're right here. You can see that I lost the subtlety, or any subtlety that he had put in here with the brush, right? Because I like the texture, it's just lumpy. So now let's actually go all the way up. We're at 3.1 million polys. And I'm just going to make this kind of odd, this is not the texture of the flower. This is me trying to show you, I've done this and I am super fond of my texture. But this is lumpy. I'm going to lower my resolution. I'm going to come in here. Because this is so low, when you hit smooth, you can feasibly bring your resolution down when you're trying to do this, just so you're not super aggressive with it. But I want to change the shape of this curve. And a lot of that's back here. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to relax my mesh. Now I'm going to show you that in a little bit more exacting terms in a second. Right now we're working on the surface detail part, right? And I decided I need this to be smoother. I don't want it to be so lumpy. All right. So now when we come all the way back up to our top, I still have my sculpted detail. But you saw when it was only at 198, one, I can't get too nice a detail. And then two, if I try to do something, there's not enough intermediary levels between what I'm trying to relax and what I'm trying to keep. Does this make sense that you need more intermediary divisions to be able to do that? Dee Dee's ghost? Did we lose her? Okay. So that is retaining surface detail. Now let me show you what I mean by relaxing a mesh. So I am going to do this and I'm going to make this, I'm going to be very aggressive with this mesh, right? And I'm going to use these points. Okay. And now hold on, I'm going to draw those points as a vein. Well, now if I'm trying to sculpt around this, I've completely mangled this mesh, right? See how it's all pulled in and it's nasty? That becomes a very hard mesh to work on because I've distorted it quite a bit. So now, if I come down, I'm not trying to deal with the surface detail isn't my issue. It's this pinch. That pinch makes it very difficult to sculpt on later, right? So I'm going to come out here and I'm going to relax the mesh back to kind of where it was, right? We're trying to get those squares to be even, right? As opposed to mangly and pinchy. And you can see the more I rub on this, the more that goes back to square. Now, that's a lot, right? I mean, if I'm going to keep that pinch, that's tricky. But as you notice, you see how all those squares are now back to being the same size, right? That's a sculptable surface. Now, that was very aggressive. If I was really trying to retain that ridge, that is going to be too much probably. But I want you to be able to see that that's there. But let's go all the way back up. Those veins are there. There's some of that pinching there. Do you see what I mean? So we now know where those locales are. We can come back and accent that pinch, with a brush stroke. And we still sort of see how you still have that pinchy tension going on there. So it's not completely gone. It can give you a nice guideline to come back in and sculpt it as opposed to pinching it. But now we have a surface that I can sculpt on. It's not pinched and mangled. So we've done something to screw up the mesh. Hold on, let's show you one more time with something else. Let's destructive spin. It's called spin. It's a spiral, right? Are we up at 3 million, right? And I want sort of this organic wavy shape. Great. Now, just try to sculpt on that, right? It's going to be garbage because this very much destroys our base geometry. It makes it very wonky. See how distorted it is? So if we're coming back and trying to sculpt on top of it, ugly. Lower resolution. Oops. Need a little more than that. Maybe there. And so now I'm going to just knock these points back. So that mesh is sort of relaxed, right? Do you see how that's now relaxed? Now let's go all the way back up. And you can see that a lot of that's still there and it's still distorted, right? But it's less distorted than it was. Now this is where you have to decide, chances are you would, if you really wanted to keep a lot of that detail, this is a point where you have to remesh to retain it. But I'm just trying to use, because this is destructive, I'm not saying this is the best way to keep this detail. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to get you to see that, you know, every one of these, here, let's undo that again. So you can see that, let's go back. Let's not relax this real quick. Okay, hold on. So this is my first relaxation, right? Come on. Okay, undo. First relaxation. We're going to go up one step. Now look, that is the distortion that one step is projecting, right? So now to make this smooth, I have to come back in here and relax the mesh. Then I'm gonna higher. And look, there's still distortion. See, it's still reprojecting up. And so if we're trying to get relaxation over a large structure, now you can see that this isn't so twisty, right? And so that's a more usable mesh. But if you're trying to smooth, not trying to retain your detail, you see how this has surface lumps? Here, let's get out of this. Sorry. You know, we're trying to get this to look like a nice, smooth surface. How do you smooth things out of high resolution models? How do you get it to be a smooth surface? You can sit here and try to smooth that bump out. Like, see these lumps? You can try to get rid of them all day. Smooth stronger, you can sit here, futz with it, and oops. You know, and you're only going to be able to get so much of it out. But we're going to lower our resolution. We're changing our, it's like changing the surface tension, right? It's going from bigger points to bigger points. And so now we can come in. High res. You can see that it's projecting some of that back up. Higher res. Higher res. Right. And now we have a nice smooth surface, even from that big mangled distorted surface. So either you have lumps and you want to retain your surface detail, the more subdivision levels you have from the point that you alter it to the point that you are sculpting it, you get cleaner distortion. If you have big lumpy surfaces and you're at a higher resolution and you can't get rid of it, just drop down, and often you just have to drop down a couple spots, and now there's enough there where you can change that surface tension, right? High res, and now. And I also find this is a pretty good way of getting subtle detail, right? Because once again, I was saying to Brian where these are surface details, not structural details. Well, this is a good way of doing that because you can come back in and you can see we still have that implied texture, but it's now sitting on the surface. It's not structural. Yeah, and the key is just keep that model as simple as possible, because we're not, even if we're doing hard surface modeling, we're sculpting. So, I mean, I showed you Thomas the Tank. I mean, we can make hard surface models, but the real key to this is, well, you can make hard surface models in Rhino and Matrix and all those other things. What we're trying to do is make things that are, feel like they're handmade. We're trying to take that hand sculpted feel and bring it into the jewelry design stuff, because it's very easy to get hard surface models. It's a lot trickier to get organic ones. So here, once again, I just think that you're a little lumpy with your texture, right? I mean, you can just see that your texture is lumpy. Lower res. Just get this a little smoother. Higher res. And you can actually see that's actually closer. Now that's very subtle, so that's probably not going to last in print, but you can see that that's there. So this is another good way of, in something like a flower, come in. What? Oh, because that's completely the wrong brush. Let's go here. Come in. We're actually going to kick this up a little so we get sort of that. Right, we want kind of pinching from there, and then we're going to come up. And I'm really starting to define that surface. Right. Let your lines force the eye into what's going on. Right. But still, once again, I know I relaxed this, you didn't. We want that to scoop up and under. Mm-hmm. Right, I'm not cutting a big V into that. I'm cutting a scoop into that, so the highlight and shadow reinforce the story I'm trying to tell under here, and that is that's a nice curve, right? Okay. And so now, lower my res, lower res, lower res, lower res. Yeah, let's do it here first. And we're just going to smooth this one out. And I think we might only smooth this up twice. Here, let's get rid of some of those lumps. Does everyone see what I'm talking about when I'm talking about lumps? Okay, and you can see that now these aren't really distorting the surface, so you can come up. And you're getting more. Well, that's a little dramatic, so let's drop back down to here, here, and let's get it here. And you can see I have a really nice cup shape here. It has a belly, there's weight to our curve. High res. And there you go. You can see that you have this nice, the weight, like the surface tension of that model still there, but you have some physical texture. Make sense? All right. Other than that, I think, well, you know, I would probably... You got this lump right here just from the geometry of the part, and that's because you didn't have enough geometry to separate your pestle from the back. So that lump was telling a different story. So just make sure that, you know, you have enough separation there so it looks like the pestle is separate. You can punch that back up and under a little. And then right. And now that pestil's not tied to that back surface by tension. You know, you don't have that tension bridge right there. And if you don't have enough geometry, you can't do surface separations like that. It's always going to get that pull in. So that's another reason, as much geometry as you can get in there and work on, do. Mm-hmm. Because see how at this low resolution, if I even touch that, it goes right back to sucking up to that bridge. Right? High res, high res, high res. Yeah, I understand. And that, as far as over sculpting to see what comes out in print. Now, will this subtle texture come out in print? Depends on if you're printing at 25 microns. If you are, chances are you can get it to come out. This might be a little, no, actually, that would probably read as a texture. It's will it survive your polishing? That's the real key, is really tuning you really have to reevaluate how you polish if you're trying to polish very subtle, high detailed things, right? But even if you wanted something that is here, let's make this smaller. And let's increase our Z intensity here. Let's say you really do want something that's going to show up very well. You want really big, thick texture. Let's go over that. So this is something to remember, especially when you're doing something like nice organic forms. And let's say you want straight lines that are very tight. Do your line. So you're happy with it. And then if you hit the 1 button, see how it gets thicker? 1 is repeat stroke, right? So let's say you wanted something that is very, very dramatic. Get your strokes in there. Get it very, very dramatic. And then, like I said, just come down a couple. And you just want the base shape to still feel like that flower, right? And you can really tune how the surface works by going up and down, because I think here is really a place where the mesh gets mangly. And the nice thing is, as we come up here, we can go back and smooth this again, and you're not getting rid of everything, So it's just, these were lumpy because I went over one another. And so every time you go up and down, it accentuate. Okay, I'm having very, very bad vocabulary issues today. It really makes the, if they're, yeah. Jesus. Well, upload the ZTL too, because it's much easier for me to show you 3-dimensionally the issues that you're running into. So take your time and upload the ZTL that you worked on. I don't care how mangled it is, because that's the way that I can show you a process, if you know what I mean. Oh, no, I wasn't saying that you were making comment on that. I'm just saying that you can make things, dramatic. The key is really training your finishing, because like for William Henry, we have very minute detail on stuff and it really reads well, and that's because Tony developed a process where like you're using very, 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 very light aggregate, but you're running it for 24 hours, right? So it stays in that tumbling aggregate for, and this is old, it stayed in there for like 24 hours. So it took a lot of time, but it took very, very, very little off, while still the highlights that it was touching got very polished. Let's just go back to that bead. I think that's really one of the best examples. Where are those beads? Beads. So that's an 8mm ball. This is 12 by 15, I think, something like that. But if you look, all this really subtle stuff back in here and that really beautiful subtle stuff and these little things on something this small is because it's being tumbled very non-aggressively for a long time. And so if you just throw that in your normal tumbler with your standard, green aggregate, that's all just going to be polished right off. And you can see that we have very subtle detail, and it doesn't abuse the oxidizing either. So you can see how subtle a tumble that is. And instead of trying to get it done in one shot, they're doing it for long periods of time. I mean, you can see how tiny they are. They're little. They're doing it for long periods of time, very non-aggressively. So if you plan to have beautiful, subtle surface details, you have to completely rearrange how you're finishing things. That's the number one problem sending things out to be, you can get them cast, but to get them finished is that a lot of places will have to completely revamp how they just want to throw stuff in their tumblers and they don't want to change anything, and they'll just take it out. Instead of tumbling it for 30 minutes, they'll take that stuff out in 10 minutes. Well, that's not the same thing as throwing them in there for 24 hours on a much, much, much lighter, aggregate. You get very different things. So that's one of the issues of sending your work out when you're trying to do very subtle surface detailing. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Well, that'll do it. Yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't know crap about the materials. Sorry. All right. We could discuss it. Tony's the person to ask about it. He knows what grits and stuff he uses. But, at the end of the day, it really comes down to experimenting with your setup. Because you two have a shop, right? You all are doing your own finishing. It just comes down to experimenting with what you have. And, you have to tune your finishing to the parts you're making. There's no, oh, this is the one you use. It really comes down to, because I know we went through like 6 or 7 different polishing machines, or, different kinds of tumblers before he settled on, he got one from Rio. It's pretty big. But it doesn't spin. It's just vibrating. It's just a big open rectangle thing, and it vibrates. It's both, Sarah. The lily is the first class. This was the first homework assignment. All the lilies were. But it just so happens I've been saying who needs to go first, and it's just been lily people. I'm not taking the first class over the second class. If someone who is in the second class said, "Hey, I need to go next," we'll look at that stuff. Um, so yeah, does that make sense? It just so happens we have more lilies here than we do other things. Let's check and see if anyone else has uploaded anything real quick. Okay, we got Brian. I don't know if I did. Let's download you. And we will download. Oh, well, here, let's just open this. Okay, that's grand humor. Okay, well, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I can show you how to go about that. And actually, this would be sort of in the first class talking about flat block up. Like you're building a fire. That's pretty great. These are fun. Because homework for the second class was not Lily homework. You got to remember that they did what you did. I just wanted to see where people are in making things, right? It's important for me to see how you all think about models, what you're doing. So first assignment for every class was just make something. I don't care what it is. Make something, because I want to see how you are kind of thinking about ZBrush and thinking about form. So they did this last week. So what's really good for the second class though is they get previews of what their homework's going to be. So they kind of have an idea what's coming up in class. We're talking about block up and lilies. It's funny because lilies just came up because of is it a Kiko? What's Kiko? Yeah, Kiko did or it's Keiko. Sorry, I can't pronunciate anyone's name. I apologize for. It's not Key. It's Key. Did a ring with a little skull in it, and one of the wave patterns. I was like, oh well, you could turn this into like a lily or something, and that's where lilies came from, because a lily was a perfect example of what we needed to think about block up, because it's not just square. You do have this dent in here, and like how to deal with it. So yeah, that's where we are. Okay, now I'm sorry. Now we got through the last one. Okay, I've gotten behind on our questions over here. Will work on. It's definitely not available at the moment. Yeah. No, I just saw the images, and that's something. Yeah, I understand your question now, so that makes sense. Brian's always trying to get ahead. No. All right. Thank you. Tumblers, Tony Rodriguez. I've seen a lot of. Oh, yes. Lots of tumblers. Very weird tumblers. Okay. First group, both group. Seconding first, second. Who's on first? Second is? Okay. Oh, well, I mean, I know that I'm going to be here till at least 4, because that's when the Australia and I think we have a Poland. That's when the other side of the world starts coming in. So we have people who are still asleep. So yeah, we'll go on for hours. Don't worry. Have no fear. I'll be here. Well, that's a nice way of looking at it, but how about finishing your lily? Huh? I hope you understand that it's early, I'm giddy, and I will harass you out of fun. I I do have a dark sense of humor, and so my peer group at CalArts was called the Meat Grinder. They're like, well, you stick your hand in it, you might get chewed up. CalArts really ran off of brutal critique sessions. And so I learned a lot through critique. And that's why I'm willing to give you guys a whole extra day to do it, because I think this is really where we learn, right? And I know that I'm going to introduce techniques and stuff that in all reality we may not even be able to cover in the class. But as you start to see how I work and how I think about models and how I use my tools, I'm not expecting you to understand them, but it'll be in your brain as you feel more comfortable creating models. You'll be like, what was that he did? Because that was cool. Because I'm going to show someone a technique that we probably will not get into in class other than here. And, it's not a big deal. You don't need to know it. You need to learn how to block up and make things smooth in a lot of ways, if you know what I mean. Okay, fair enough. If I'm going to start hassling students, that means I should not type my passwords into the machine. That's true. I think I've changed that password, actually. I now have my UB key and LastPass set up. I'm pretty sure I changed that one. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. All right. What's really funny, Brian, is you notice you just posted your quiet message there. So I'm not just posting mine, I'm posting your passwords. Like this is the thing about why does that just stay there? That's annoying. No, it makes me go to that. Someone needs to tell me how to turn that off, how do you turn that off? Because it's really damn annoying. It makes me nuts. I don't ever remember giving it permission. Okay, so who is next? Who wants to be next? Who's here and wants to be next? Let's put it that way. Dimitri? All right. Oh, wait, I need to load your tool. Oh, no. I already have your tool. Where are you? We can't be frozen. We haven't done anything. Why are you so jiggy-jaggy? Are you trying to save? Or do I have something open? No, I have a load tool open. Aha, that's why it's so jiggy-jaggy. Okay, so let me find you here. Sarah. That's a leaf. I think you had your name. There you are. 'Tis you. All right. Now let's go to our higher res. And I think you have the surface tension stuff nicely. Now this is a tricky one, because I hope you'll understand what I mean. I don't just mean that this needs to be smooth, right? It can have lots of texture. It just can't be structural. It needs to be superficial, because this is a very thin leaf or a very thin petal that has, interesting breaking points. And if it were to break it where some of the lumps are in some of these models, it would no longer be able to support those long, elegant curves. And this is a piece of long, elegant curves. So now let's go back down and look at your block up. Perfect. You have enough geometry in here to actually, it doesn't look like you really futzed with it much. You know what I mean? You got a lot of your detail into your block up. Your curves and everything are very nice. You have good separation of the pestle and the backside. Even at this lowest geometry, you have that separated out. So that's not going to cause that low geometry bridging. Does everyone know what I mean by the low geometry bridging? Right, where this is actually connected to that, then this, as you relax, will relax behind it and you get that weird. Okay, let's go back to, where were you? We were just there. This one. Okay. Because you see that in his lowest block up, he had it here, but he didn't really separate this up much, because see, this is all still basically that same base geometry, right? Like he got it, and but there's no bridge. Hold on, I'm going to duplicate this. Delete higher. And I'm going to go to my Z modeler, and I'm actually going to, what he didn't do, whoa, holy Hannah. Okay, so here, okay, once again, everybody paying attention. Q mesh. Oh, it keeps snapping. This is where we have to use extrude to make it work well. Go to extrude, pull it out, instantly go back and get the hell out of extrude. Because extrude, like I said, will get you into a lot of trouble. And I would probably insert a loop there. And now when you divide this up, right, it is completely separate, right? You don't have a bridge because there's no geometry, right? This has a bridge because this goes straight into this, and then he just pulled this up later. And so this blended together as we got higher, right? It's pulling this geometry out. And what by low resolution bridge is when I come down here to the lower res and I try to smooth this out, it's going to try to homogenize back to flat. And you can see how we're getting, this is going to pull to this point because these are not separate geometries, right? If we pull out here, hold on. Right, I can smooth here all I want, and let's go to a low, right? See, I can smooth here, and you start, that becomes a low geometry bridge, right? It relaxes to the point that you lose your separation, right? And so that is what I call like low geometry bridging. Make sense? So by separating it clearly, it makes that low geometry bridging or smoothing or homogenizing harder. It happens less dramatically because you have a lot more geometry in there. All right, Dimitri, I lost you again. There you go. Okay. So your block up, so just everyone look, I would say that this is a near perfect block up because you get a lot of your shape, right? We're under 750 polygons. I mean, you're getting, probably because of smoothing that I've done or whatever, these surfaces are very close, right? But I think that's post sculpting, when we went back down. right? Because that's a sculpted feature in there. So I would say that that's not a big deal because it gives us a nice tension. His surfaces look like they have retained surface tension. Does everyone understand when I'm talking about surface tension? Let's go back to our picture of our lily just to make sure everyone gets it. Right? That curve is being, like this little flop can be there because this curve's here. We have to think of these grooves as I-beams, right? They are the support, and then this can just go off and be floppy. But if that weren't there, this would eventually hit what's called a break. And now, let me show you. Let me get out of that. Let's go to pant break. Or let's do cuff break. It's a tailoring term, right? And so this is a break. And so you just have to view this kind of as the underside of that petal vein, right? So the surface tension of this pleat is creating the support which allows this pant to look like a nice clean tube. The second that surface tension breaks, you get, goodness gracious, they're called breaks, right? And you can see that this could no longer support that. There's too much material there, so it breaks, and then you get these wrinkles, right? So if you are, let me find a messy pair of pants here. So you can see that if you're using texture and you're creating all these veins, but you're breaking that vein, which is the support, then it doesn't make sense for it to be able to retain support, right? Here, you know, the petal could be folding over, it's finally losing it, as opposed to this, that is not supporting the surface tension. So do you understand what I mean by break now? It's when the surface tension, because see, these are thinner, this isn't as thick a wool, so you have a more dynamic break on the cuff. Where here, this is probably what would be considered like a triple break. And see how much more chaotic this is? Because this is a light material and it's cut long, so you get this. And these are really intended to cut so you get this kind of form, right? Where it's lumpy on the inside. And that also gives you sort of this, it makes you kind of look bow-legged. So it gives the silhouette kind of a, you know, that going on. And that's why you design breaks into pants. But this is the exact same thing that's happening to that flower petal. We're just looking at the back side of the flower petal, right? These pleats are the grooves in petals. They're doing the exact same thing structurally. Well, but once again, it's not just a separation. It's a separation because the surface tension can no longer support that line. You know, it's like, think of another perfect example is take a measuring tape, right? And that measuring tape has a slight U in it. They're not made flat anymore. If you look at really old measuring tapes, they're flat. And now you notice we have a U in them. And, you know, with the big ones, you can stretch it out like 25 feet before it snaps, right? Before the surface tension of that U in the tape can no longer support the weight. So it falls, the break fails, and or the surface tension created by that U fails, and you get a break. right? And so when I'm talking about these flowers, I'm not talking about a smooth surface. It's a smooth structure because lilies are long, beautiful, sexy curves, right? And so I think you did a really good job there. I think a little bit right here, but that's just me being a persnickety psycho. Right? See how you get this edge right here? And you can see that reflective line, but it goes flat right there. I would say you probably just want to. Oh my God, you make me nuts. Let's turn this down. Because it's that supporting that lip, right? So this is all kind of floppy. This ridge is supporting this up. And as soon as it loses its tension, that's where you would start to get, and I know that you didn't do this lip that way, but right, this is coming around. That little U right there is the U of the measuring tape. I hope that makes sense. And then these waves come because this is actually supporting this out here, but this no longer has a U. I'm using weird words that may not be. This is the I-beam of the leaf on this side. Now this is a secondary support beam because this U is supporting these 2 points. Now as this changes direction and flattens out, right, you can get these waves because these are no longer structurally supported on both sides. But until this U breaks, that edge is going to be supported, and then it can flop because there's no support here. Does that, everybody kind of got that? But you lost it just a touch in here. Let's just go back a couple. Right, you can see that you're actually changing tensions, right? You have this going here and this coming here. That's a structural break. Now that's okay because you kind of have one here too. If you wanted to do that, you can have, but there needs to be a curve here that's supporting that outside edge. Does that make sense? I know. It was brought up to my attention that I say, does that make sense a lot? That's because I want to know if it makes sense. So, right? Just don't let that flatten out if you're not going to support it in another direction. But no, great job. And just to reiterate the fact, if someone now wanted texture, coming back in and putting texture on this, this is texture, right? Because it's not changing the structure of the form. That becomes texture because we're not actually changing the substructure of the form. This is lumpiness, right? Because that is no longer the I-beam supporting the structure of the petal. All right. Any questions on this? Any questions on this piece, Dimitri? You did. It's a good job. The block up was very good. Who wants to go next? Goodness gracious, I have no idea how to mark these off. Well, here, let's do this. Well, no, never mind. All right, Sarah. If I want, how about if you want? This is you. No. You want to. There you are. Boop. Vernice. So even if you're going to have a flat background here, I would still, this is just one of my pet peeves, is at least pretend the frog's there. There's nothing wrong with going from full relief to implied, very slight bas relief. But, or, have him on there however you want. But don't just end it, because, it's just an incomplete design. And like if someone's wearing this, in some ways that can be, the cool little secret. So when we're designing jewelry, right, we're trying to create moments for people to associate with and feel like these are road signs. And like I said, little secrets are things that they can share or not share with someone. And that really becomes something very compelling. Putting things on the insides of rings, putting things on the back sides of pendants, making sure that if you're doing ornate galleries to lighten up your bracelets, that they're finished, right? Because, I've seen $150,000 bracelets that the insides of them look like crap. And it's just take the time and finish it, right? And, it could be sitting on a heart or, and I know I'm being very campy and cheesy there, but, just even if it's something like it's very flat and the foot's coming over this, but the foot is very detailed, this is just something that's really interesting that is a story, right? So just remember, we're trying to tell stories, and this can be totally flat. This doesn't have to be really super structural. It just needs to be, and then have it, doing something, and then that's kind of your story or whatever. So that being said, he's adorable. Now, this is very much the shape, or very close to like how you're bending this down here. It's very like naturalistically a heart, right? It's a very heart shape. And because your veins are round, are you trying to get the implication of a heart on the front, like a natural heart? Or is this okay? So because all of this is very round, these connections, it looks very, very bioorganic, and your vein structure really looks like vein structure. So to keep it in the plant world, I would probably come in here and just flatten some of these out just a touch. Because right now they look very much like a cardiovascular system, And not that that's horrible. It's just, it's sort of in a heart shape. The leaf is like this is very reminiscent, this bottom part, of an actual heart. So just think about kind of making this, maybe a little bit square or something, just getting away from it being so vascular. Right, and I'd say even the same in here. Be careful for these, just looking. If you give these a little bit of facet, it turns into something that's a little less like anatomical feeling and a little bit more leafy feeling. right? Because very few leaves are going to have this dramatic of a vein. Normally it's going to be a little more subtle. So just think about that. And I'd probably not get these going out quite so far. Let's go into this side real quick, just so I can kind of show you what I mean. So, boom, 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 boom. I'm just going to do a couple. Whoa, not at 70, am I? Stop, come on. And actually, let me save this brush right now as this, because somehow when I save this, it's saved as 70, and it's really annoying because that's just always too much. Back, enter. Yes, I want to overwrite that. All right, so I am going to flatten this real quick, just so we can talk about your veins. Trying to find something that has positive veins. Stop. I do not want maple leaf. Go away. Let's go to large images real quick. You can see that the veins on a leaf aren't quite so squirrely, right? They're not like capillaries. They're not a lot of S shapes. They're a little bit more kind of architectural, right? And so, where you have a lot of this, it's very, very organic, right? That's why I asked if you were doing it like if you were trying to imply the bio organic, right? So for most of these that do this, they sort of, it's still too much. Stop it. There we go, that's a little better. Because normally the leaves that have even the, so there's some that are just, there are innies and outies, right? There are some that just are the seams. And there are others that have the, like the structural vein, right? So you, and I'm being melodramatic here. You might get like a little movement in them, but really a lot of them are pretty straight, right? You know, you can get like jogs in them, but it's not veiny. And so if you want it to look like a leaf, just think about it being just a wee bit more architectural, right? And they do bend. I'm just, you know, trying to give you an idea. And then I would lower my res, come back in and relax these a little. just that hump. So it's a slower transition in. Does that make sense? Because you can see this is all coming from the shaft and then they all come out. Once again, think of them sort of as, you know, I-beams. This is probably going to come out here, and then these are, whoa. And then these are going, you know, it's more like a tree than it is, you know, a main artery with all the veins coming off of it. Oh, I was just doing the back so you could see. You know, I didn't want to go in and trash everything. So these would still these would be probably a little more structural, right? And it's not all of them. And they come in, they work more like a Fibonacci tree than one artery with veins coming out of them. Right? But all in all, it looks great. He's hysterical. I would say that once you, and I know that you weren't done, but once you feel like you're kind of at that point where you're at the end, I would come in and just do something like give him a little squirk or, you know, one eye blinking. Knock the symmetry off of him a little. And that'll give him, I work in symmetry all the time. My base is symmetry, without a doubt, right? But what is that? Oh. But then come back in and knock your symmetry about, and he'll look a little. Don't do it to the eyeballs because obviously the eyeballs need to be round. But you know where. And so your brain is always looking for symmetry. If you provide the symmetry and then break it a little, the brain then spends more time on the object trying to figure out why it's not perfectly symmetrical, and you can create these nice loops of reason. A Fibonacci, yes. No, the eyes are fine. But you can create character by, you know, masking one off and, you know, giving it a little bit more of an eyelid on one side, or I don't know what the solution is because I don't know what you're, you know. But even just making them slightly different, you know, make that ridge higher there, that one lower there. You see I moved the mouth a little. It creates a little bit more of a visually compelling object. Righto? No, it's good. I mean, your bail thickness is nice. You know, I mean, you're getting there. It's just this just implied to me a very naturalistic heart, capillary as opposed to structure. Print it and hang it. Well, I mean, like, you know, in this, you know, you just have to think about what's happening. You know, that's your pivot point, right? And this is obviously going to be heavier, but it's pretty at the top. So, you know, that might hang like that. Would be my guess. There is no what is the center of gravity balance button or anything, but you start to get the hang of it. My guess is that will hang about like that. If you just look at, you know, where the center is of the, you know, the pivot, where is it going to hang? And then you just think about weight, because this is pretty close to the center. So it's not like it's way out here. If it was like way out here, you know, it'd probably hang a little bit more like that. Yeah, just It's really just guesstimating because at the end of the day, too, it's going to be wearing on someone's body. So if you have a big flat spot right here, that's actually going to support that side a little bit more. How does it touch the body? Where is it sitting? Oh, no, no, no. There's nothing to apologize for. I mean, you haven't even had a single class yet. So you can't say, I mean, technically, I haven't really taught you anything yet. This is just a wrap. Sorry, I'm taking my coat off. It got warm in here. Holy Hannah. How hard is it to take it? 1 second. All right. Let's try that again. I gotta bring my office chair in here. This planting is killing me. Why do you freeze your subdivision levels? Because if you're remeshing those well, I mean, no, that's fine because they're going away anyway. You're not trying to recall them. So that's a perfectly legit. I just delete them. It's the same thing at the end of the day. No, no, no. You're fine. I mean, there's nothing going on here except for, the vein. I mean, this is a perfectly good piece. You could make this and sell it. So it's not there's nothing here that's radically unmakeable. There's nothing here that's incredibly crappy geometry or anything like that. That's dynamashed. Is that... Oh, that can't be your original block up, is it? No, that has to be divided somehow. You deleted your subdivisions here. Okay. Boop. Ba-doop. Ba-doop. The elephant was a sphere? Okay, hold on. Let's turn everybody off here. Excuse me. Oh, you started in clay goo. Yeah. Yeah, but that's okay because, let's go here. I would say because you only have 4 subdivision levels here and you're at 15 million polys, right? So if we come back over here, let's duplicate this and drag it out of the thing here. So the process, right? We're here. We Z-remesh, and I'm going to Z-remesh as low as possible. No, it's great. It's nice, without a doubt. The only problem I see, I mean, I assume this being, when you're conceiving it as a pendant. The only problem with this as a pendant, I'm assuming it's going to sit sideways, or you're not going to see the pearl or whatever sphere you have in here, is that you have a horn on the back, or a tusk on the back side as well. I would make that flat to the trunk. Otherwise, it's just a sphere that. Well, it's super easy to start scale, but you'll learn that. That's our first class, so you have yet to have a first class, so don't worry about it. You're not expected to know that yet, right? So you have your base. We're at 800 polys. I'm going to divide this up to 200, 500, something like that. Since you have this guy here, let me hide that. No. Yeah. Oh, there's nothing else in that folder. Okay. So we have a guy. I'm going to turn transparency on so I can see through. Where are those ears? I'm going to turn those ears off. Oh, that piece has the ears. Okay, whatever. It's fine. I'm going to take clay tubes. NIX. Yeah, and I'm just going to move this material up. So when I project, there's meat there to project. And once again, you haven't had your first class, so you don't need to know this necessarily, but we're going to go over it for everybody, because this is that never-ending process that I use. And we're going to come in here, come down here, and with a standard brush or SK cloth, I'm going to get up into the lip. Whoa, that's really dramatic. Hold on. Didn't want to be that melodramatic. We're going to come up here and just get some meat up in here so it projects. Come on, you. And then get some meat up into here so it projects up and in. Boom, 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 boom. All right, and so now we're going to project. No, I don't care about paint right now. And I would do this with obviously each layer, but this is, I'm going to show you that. All right, we missed a couple places, and that's fine. That's part of this process. Just kind of fill in where you see that it's an issue. It's an issue there. Little issue here. Obviously, we're missing a little back here. That's okay. I think there's a little spot right there. And it's worth just taking the time and just making sure that you don't have any really weird geometry in here. That's interesting. Auto group. Yeah. I don't know where those two pieces came from, but we will split hidden. All right, so right, this is all because the ears are there. I'm not too stressed. I'm just going to add the other ears later, but I want to show you a couple things here. All right, so we're pretty close. Project all. Boom. All right. And I'm going to divide it up. All right. Over here, we're going to go up. So we're going to stay at 2 million right now. And then we're going to project again. If the stream stutters, it's because my CPU is jamming up the stream. Don't stress out. It'll come right back as soon as the CPU chugs through the projection. Can you still hear me? Have we lagged? I don't think we lagged yet, did we? Oh, yep. Looks like we did lag. Okay, there we go. Okay, good. So there are a couple ways of dealing with this. So I think that, right, you had, I think your total head was like 15 million polys. I'm going to show you a couple things, and I want it kind of everyone to see this, obviously, but this is a good model to do it because you've used multiple, and this is not something I expect everyone to know. Remember, crits get out ahead of the class. All right. I can't breathe. It sucks so bad. Everybody's like, COVID, you get short breath. No, I just can't breathe. All right, so we're at, this model is at 2.1 million polys. This model is at 15 million polys, right? So let's hide that. That's 15 million. That's 2 million. So in all reality, there's very little difference as far as the crispness of this model, right? Me? Oh, I work with 150 million. I get some ridiculously huge models. Not on this computer, sadly. So the other thing you have here is like three tier texturing. You have kind of lump texturing, you have tighter linear texturing, and then you have like your skin texturing. And here, let's do this on an ear just because, well, namely, it's smaller. And I can kind of show you. Let's z-remesh this because I want some good surface definition here. Z-remesh. and I'm going to show this to everyone because I probably will not. I mean, there might be other times where I'll go over this in class, but this isn't probably something that I'm necessarily going to go over into classwork because this is a fairly advanced technique. But I want you to kind of think about how we're doing surface texturing. And this is a good solution if you're doing multiple textures on one object, okay? So once again, this is, for those of you who are still like, I don't know how to block up, why are you talking about this? Because it's in front of us, and it's a good platform. Like I said, this is a good platform to discuss where everyone's at. So this way the beginners can learn from some advanced techniques that probably won't be in class because we only have 6 weeks of class. You know, there's just only so much time I can do to cover. At the end of this, I just want you guys to have an understanding of some of the requirements it needs to be able to produce so at the end, you should be able to produce pieces that are printable and producible. That's our goal, right? So, but these crit sessions actually can introduce you to some cool advanced techniques because some of these are advanced models, and it'll give you something to think about when you're trying to conceive how to accomplish some of these models. Man, it's hard to breathe when I can't breathe out my nose and I'm talking. I'm like, it's ridiculous. Okay, divide this up. So you can see with 8 subdivision levels, I'm at 8 million polys. I'm going to come back up to our little elephant here because this ear has all the texture. And you can see from the base model to here, she's changed this quite a bit, and that's okay. We're just going to take move and make sure things are kind of in the right place. Oh, that's not move. That's why that's not. I'm like, why is that not working? Because that's not move. Whoa, 51's too strong. Right. I'm just going to try to get this to where it's going to be within that projection range. Now I'm going to lower this res for the first projection. Project all. Are we going to talk about what? What are we wondering if we're going to talk about? Sorry guys, if I'm only glancing at the chat. Obviously I can't just stare at the chat. So if I miss something, I'm sorry. Oh, I see. Okay. So you can see that she basically has, and I'm not going to reproject it because I'm actually going to smooth it out so it doesn't matter. She has 3 different kinds of textures going on here. She has, let me find, what do I do with the brush? How do I keep closing that menu? She has oh hell, that's fine. She sort of has the bumpy skin texture, right? She has the external veins, or the veins that are out, they're not sunk in. She has sort of the curve, the bends in the in the skin, right? The folds of the ear. But her textures are all pretty out. And so we have, or positive, right? So we have these sort of, this stuff right here, which is sort of like these little veiny things, right? She has this bumpy texture and then bigger veins. So we have 3 different textures that she's doing here. Now the problem when you're trying to do this is if you want these to be clear, sometimes you're smoothing this off. And once again, I'm going to say this for those of you who are like, I don't even know how to block up. You do not have to know this. I'm just showing you something that is a very good technique to deal with multiple layers and multiple tiers when you get to the point where that becomes an issue. So let us lower this resolution real quick. And let's smooth this out so her stuff isn't there anymore. Me breathing heavy is not me being exasperated with you guys. It is me suffocating because I cannot talk and breathe at the same time. Okay, so we have our ear, we have our base structure. Everybody's happy. So we're going to come down here to layers. If I can find it. Where the hell did it go? Oh, there it is. So this right here is make a new layer. Boop. Oh, I thought I was at my highest. Make a layer. And this is going to be our big vein layer. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to do my veins. All right, did my veins. See how it says record? I'm just going to hit the record button. It's going to stop the recording. Okay, well, good. So this is actually what she did. So that's good. So you make your next one, and we're going to turn that into, yeah, so you baked your layers and then you smooth. But this is how you can keep these layers very clear and clean. And so now we're going to take standard and we're going to use our small veins, right? And so now I'm going to take some of these and I'm going to put these here. I know these are not very naturalistic. I just want you to be able to see the different textures. All right, we're going to put some of them here. We're going to put some of them here. And you can see that I'm crossing over those veins on top. So it's like, well, Tomas, you're destroying your texture. Just wait for it. All right. And then we take our standard and we're going to do our little speckly pattern thing. And so that's our subtle skin texture, right? Oh, you know what I didn't do? We didn't go back to 0 before these. Crappus. Hold on. I'm porking the pooch. Sorry, guys. Right. Okay. Boom. These are on the same layer. And then let's delete that layer. Sorry, I didn't separate my layers. My bad. I was getting ahead of myself because I was talking. All right, so we have a veiny layer. New layer. This is our other little veiny layer. Stop the record on that. New layer. This is when we do our little speckly. So you're like, well, Tomasz, you've made a complete mess of this. And now we're going to hit stop record. The beauty of this is these are now separate recording layers from zero. So, you know, I like these wrinkles and I want them to follow the veins. So we're just going to take this and we're going to slide this back. And as we slide this back, those become more subtle. And then we'll do the same with the skin flexy texture stuff. And let's say I actually want them to be negative. I can actually slide this back to the other direction. And now they're going inside instead of up. Okay, that's great. But then by doing that, we need to make the veins a little less, right? Now you're like, okay, well, that's a little too strong, the speckly. So you could sit here and tune this up, right? So that's a really good way of being able to, well, if you want to, yes, you then have to come in and say bake all, and it applies it. But you can leave it live forever. But where this is also very helpful, if you're not thinking about it as an organic ear, let's delete all. Is let me find some. We're going to put this on drag first, and let's find this. So this could be a one texture. Oh, have to start it first. New layer. So you have one texture. Stop your recording. Two. We'll hide that one real quick. And then I want this to be big graphic lines. Right. Boop. Let me turn this back on. And now you can turn this to what height you need or like, right? And then you can do the same here where, come on. Why aren't you moving? Okay, come on, move. Did I take it back to zero before? Why is that not going up? Oh, did I change it before I baked it? I did. Delete, new layer. You know, you can make it whatever you choose. And it just gives you a really good way of deciding what is, you know, important or not. So like you can make these negative all of a sudden. And so now we're going to change that. And we're going to make those deeper. Why is this lagging so much? Come on. That is so weird. It won't go. All right, whatever. Right. But it's a way to add in back surfaces and things like that and really control your tones. Um, if you're doing a bunch of things that are on top of one another, this is a way of keeping those textures clean. Um, but once again, not something you necessarily need to know about there, guys. All right, so let's get back to you. Okay, so all in all, um, I think you're doing okay. I mean, you're doing pretty good. The thing I would say is a lot of your detail um, is the depth, right? And like some of this up here, you know, you kind of want to imply a little bit more over and under here. I'm going to lower this one just because we're I think it's Camtasia might make things lag. I don't know. See how you've made these nice soft forms? This is where I would use SK Twist a little bit more and make these actual creases that are going over one another and under one another. This will read better at the end of the day because that implication of layer is really important. From way back here. Let's get something really reflective. Boop. Really? You're not going to change on me? Boop. They just become much more dynamic surfaces if you have an over and under. And it'll allow light to really bounce more dramatically off of it in its depth. And I think in some ways the same here. Some of this stuff is a little soft. Let us not twist. And I'm being a little melodramatic here to kind of get the but instead of those lines being just drawn on, the SK Twist doing stuff like this really allows you to get sort of transitional curves very nicely because it'll go both directions. Right, because you can make something cutting in and then and those will read deeper, but it also gives you this little half round surface, right? And that little half round surface reflects incredibly well. I wish I had my elephant model here. And mine are much more stylized than this, but you also have to think that this is getting very small. So you lose really lovely moments like, you know, this is a change in weight, right? And sort of meat. And then having this, you know, coming down and in where you get real surface transitions. So it's not just this constant, right, where the details aren't all just won't, get some weight into them so they're like, and they become, so instead of patterns like this, these will all read the same depth, and that becomes, one, visually confusing the more you have of it, but also it becomes visually boring. Once your brain knows it's there, it kind of loses interest in it. Where if you're doing this, right, if you're thinking about things with weight, you're going to get much more dynamic reflective patterns. Right? See, these will go back up that way. Does that make sense? So look for those moments that you can take advantage of that. And, you know, this is a good example here, you know, where just make sure that you're getting some pattern. And instead of these being half round, half round, half round, half round, you know, make this come under, up, right? And I'm making this very dramatic, but it's just how to think about those surfaces crossing over and under one another. And like I said, this is obviously melodramatic, but come on. Because especially like back in here, you know, these are all the same depth. So you're losing some of the drama there. Boop. And I know this is a little flappy. You know, these are actually meteor curves, but being melodramatic, I think, is getting to the point. And what's nice is if you go the opposite direction, right? It's rolling the other direction, so you can get things that are, you know, this is totally sitting. So this piece is sitting totally on top of these, right? Knock that back, but that one's there. Oops, wrong direction. But see how much more dynamic that is than just half round, half round, half round. And, you know, you can easily, on something like this, I would probably use inflate. And then that'll give, whoa, I have that on sub, don't I? You can use inflate to make them beefier. And yet again, right? But that's just a lot more dynamic, and you're not using that much more space. In block, like when you're doing this, I find inflate to be a pretty good tool when you're being meaty, you know, because you can come in and you have the stuff already there, right? You can come in and kind of give it nice, soft, transitional weights. And then come back in with SK twist and define where you need it to define. But it's also, it works pretty well because it's a build-up tool. You know, it's meaty, it's meaty, it's meaty. And then when you come this way with these, it's accentuating those intersections a little. So I find the inflate tool to be pretty good when you're doing things like this, as opposed to the standard tool, which is just rolling over it. And you can, you know, change the alpha so it's not round, but where it has, you know, edging. Obviously not to be used there, but right, because when we get down here, it's just a lot more dramatic. Now we've made him look like a baggy sack of wonky donk, but I think you understand where we're going with that. And the other thing that, hold on, let's come back beyond all that garbage. You know, the interesting thing about elephants is that the eye detail is really deep. And just make sure that the eyes are a little bit tighter than the rest of the detail. And that will also bring the focus to the eyes. Here, I'm going to be, once again, really melodramatic here, but because like I was saying, evolutionarily speaking, we're trained to look for eyes. So give our brains what it wants. And you know, your eyes drawn to where it's tinier detail. If this, well, you know, that's not actually that bad, but I would also take these tusks and just rotate them inwards because you're going to wind up creating, you know, I mean, you can get it back out there. One, it makes for an interesting curve this way, but two, it creates something that if this were a pearl pendant, right? Because don't you have something in that? Yes, stones, isn't that? Boom, yeah. Oh, well, you know what? I'm wrong. Ignore me on that. I forgot that the stone was that big. Undo. Or just hide it. Sorry, my bad. I forgot without the stone. Those are going to be flush to your cabochon, so that's fine. That would wear fine. Your ears are, you notice the ears are pointing inwards, and here they would probably be used as part of the setting. So that little outward scoop isn't a problem, right? It's going to sit flush on that stone. So really, those things that would be sweater traps and stuff are now flush on the stone. Sorry, that was my bad. I haven't seen it since. Yeah. No, they look great. Right on. I think. Well, yeah. Do you have a reference picture on the ear? Because I think you probably at some point want to see this body, because I understand that's a fold, but I think we probably somewhere along the way want to see the bottom actually connect here, just so you do know. And I understand there might be a photo of it, but there should be an implication that that's a connection, because it just looks like it's coming up and folding into this, right? How you had it. Right. And see, even your lines are telling the story that it's going up and under that. And that's a slightly odd fold thing. So this connection area, I would say relook at. Your head's great. Your silhouette's great. No, it looks great. Oh, I definitely need to get my office chair here. Planting. My office chair moves, you know, so I'm not just planting so my knees aren't in the same place. My back's not in the same place. Buy a good chair. The number one thing you need to learn about all of this, buy a good chair. If you buy a cheap chair, you're going to have back problems and you're going to cry. So good chairs, very important. Yes, I did. Herman Miller. I would say, and the only reason, well, one, I truly believe in the chair. I have, oh, hold on. I have one that I've had for over 20 years, and it is still, you wouldn't be able to tell it's not a new chair. But the other reason I say look for a Herman Miller Aeron. Buy a Herman Miller Aeron. The other really nice thing, I bet you can find used ones here real soon, cheap. So the other reason I would say buy a Herman Miller Aeron is every new tech company in the world buys 100 of them, and then when they fail, they go up on sale. So you can probably find a Herman Miller Airwan chair for $300 to $500. New, they're anywhere between, I think, like 10 and 1400. So you can find this used very easily, and probably for a few $100s. And yes, I sit in this chair. I have one of these. I have a silver one. I sit in this chair 18 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last 16 years. Well, 20 something years to be fair. And it's incredibly good. The other chair that I can truly suggest is the Embody. This is another Herman Miller chair. It is a fantastic chair. I have one of them as well. But William Henry stole it back. So Tony has one of these as well. So, and I'm not joking. These are the best chairs you can buy. The other thing that's nice about them is both of them are cloth or mesh. So even when it's hot, you don't get sweaty. And your back will thank you greatly because you are about to spend a ton of time sitting in a chair. Buy one that is good. And if you think about it, and I'm not joking, I've literally had my chair for 20 something years. That's what does that come out to? At the end of the day, it's like $5 a year. I know it's more than that, but you know what I mean. They're worth every penny. And Herman Miller is a fantastic company. They take care of their employees. They're going to be carbon neutral by 2028, or they're already landfill neutral, and they're going to be carbon neutral by 2028, I think. And they were the first people to actually have daycare at their company. They're just one of the best companies in the world to work for, I guess. So, right? No, they truly are just, until you've sat 18 hours in a chair like the one I'm sitting in right now, and then sat 18 hours in the chair that I have at home. And I have a few of them, so I think I'm going to bring my other one here. But buy a good chair. It's worth everything. Because if you're crippled in 3 years, you're not going to be able to work. No, I'd say you killed it. Killing it. Have any questions? Anybody have any questions? Yes, of course. Except for you. No more questions for you. Of course. The ear? I do not believe so, no. I think that if you move it, it will go back to its because it's recording positions on the timeline. And if, well, here, let's just check. I don't believe so. Let me watch this. We have this wonderful thing called ZBrush. We can try it. I'm just going to delete your higher subdivision because I don't want the video to lag. We're going to make that. I don't use this a whole lot. I really use layering for sizing more than anything else. So, and if you're really lucky, I'll show you that. Damn it. Paint. Who's painting their models? Now let's move. Yep, mesh has poly layers. So as long as that's active, it's going to poly paint layers. I don't want poly paint. What? Mesh has poly paint layer. Oh, that's funny. I never have those on. Let's try that again. Yeah, see, it has layers. Because it has to, it has to have that reference, and that reference is this position. Yeah, I didn't think it could. What did I miss? Well, it's not a sizing thing. It's that the layers have that base. As long as those layers are active, it's functioning off of that first base mesh, right? And so if we come in here and move it, it's saying I have no more. If you change the position, you've lost that anchor. Oh, show you the sizing thing. I don't know. That's one of my big industry tricks. Maybe I should just keep that for myself and not teach people. Of course, I'll show you. Not right now. Oh no, I think you might have to join my community to learn that one. That's a big money maker. I don't know if you all know why I think that's so funny, because people do that crap all the time and it makes me crazy. Oh, here, I'm going to charge you to teach you, but these are the two things that really separate me from the world, so why would I teach you that? Jackasses. Oh, I don't care. I'll show anyone. I'm not a big secret keeper. It's like the benefit of class compared to live streams is that class goes through things step by step, and we have a community that we're building that's a little tighter than just, let's say, Twitch, right? So there's a benefit of being in class, and when we get the community up and going, the benefit will be that you're part of a community that'll be a full-time community, not just, as long a week as we have. All right. So did that answer that question for you? I mean, it looks great, obviously. They're just a handful of things that, like I said, the ear, try to make some of this a little bit more dynamic. Make your eye tighter detail because it'll draw attention. And it's really weird because it really is something that, like, elephant's eyes, almost look like, they're just like little puckery holes. Thank you, Thomas. And then the brush you used was SK Twist. Yeah, I use SK Twist for a lot of things. Instead of using like Dam Standard or any of what I call line tools, right? Because these just draw on the surface. I think everyone remembers my demo with that, right? Where SK Twist gives you surfaces that have a rotation on them. Hold on, that's a little big. Right? And now you do have to, I take SK clay fill. I fill up the backside. And then I hold down Alt and I just knock that little ridge off of that. And that gives me much, see, one, we do not lose surface continuity, right? We don't just wind up with big old trenches. We wind up with, instead of silhouettes that look like all these reflect at the same surface, we now have something that's doing this. It has a nice bright half round. It comes under a little, does that, right? So one, you just get your natural dark shadow here from there being a roll. And then two, you get unnaturally bright edges because they're half rounds. And this is where the half round serves as well, because we do get that singular bright line from this spectrum, right? From all these viewing angles. Where if it is a sharp line, you're only getting the bright edge from this viewing angle to maybe this viewing angle, right? And maybe from that viewing angle to that viewing angle. Otherwise, it's just a subtle highlight. It's not bright. So you can see how dynamically bright that edge is compared to these. Hey, Sid. All righty. Who wants to go next? No sizing. We're not going to go over sizing today. You haven't even had one class. Be quiet. You don't need sizing. All right. Jeff Spencer. Here we go. Boop. Boop. Now see, this is a really good example of the surface texture versus structural. God, I cannot, for some reason, I cannot say structural today. I got like the tongue in my mouth. All right, so, you know, you've done a really good job with keeping the form, right? And then I understand that these are stylized. You lose a little bit right here, right? Because what's happening is this is a structural V, that's a structural V. This becomes the one structural point for that, and the same here. In this, right here, you lose your transition of weight because you have this. Because this would flatten out here, I think. So let's look and see what it looks like. Have to kind of futz with it. Don't get all excited about the layers. Y'all need to learn how to damn block up before you worry about the layers. Everyone's all like, bookmark that because that's important. Then you give me crappy block up. Now let's run down here and look at our block up. It was all giddy about something. All right. Um, so you did this as a tube, didn't you? You blocked up as a tube. Um, it's good, but I would say that you have too much geometry here. You can get this in. Yep. Oh, the original. Um, did you just upload it, or was it uploaded? Mm, I'm not seeing the other one. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's go over here. Bum 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 bum. Come on. Ah, there it is. Boop. Yeah. Um, if you are going to remesh, try to get a little lower than that because you're losing a full subdivision level. You can do it. Oh, wait. Was that a ZPR or is that a... Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on there. So this is the... Uh-oh. What are you doing? What are you even thinking about? All right, let's get down here. I see. But, so yeah, no, your block up's great. This is almost perfect. And so you remeshed when you had... Well, I mean, I don't see anything that's that dramatically... problematic there. But, I mean, your block up's good. All right, so let's get back to your remeshed item. No, you did. It was just acting weird. I thought it was asking if I wanted to, you know. And this is a perfectly good solution, doing the pestle separate. The pistil separate. Now let's go back up to our higher res. Boop. Well, you're at 8. That's not horrible. Oh, well, you're at 8 at 16 million. That's the difference. You should be at 8 at, like, what was that? 8. Let's go down to 7. Okay. So, but once again, this is fine. Especially for something like this, there's more enough here to do it. So, I think the only really big issue here, I would lower this, and I would... How big is this? Okay, you're good. Why is my brush all weird? All right. I would probably relax this a bit. And I'm going to relax this a bit, because somewhere this is getting a little wonky. Let's get that smoother. What's going on right there? Oh, it's a star point. Sometimes it's just really hard to get rid of where you have star points where it's not coming in as a quad, but it's an intersection, right? So you have 5 points instead of being 4. You get those weird little nipples that are very hard to get rid of, but you can just trim it. But it's hard to get rid of if you're smoothing. All right. We're going to have to evaluate how that happens. All right, so this, so that's our support groove, right? And that's a support groove. Well, what I think actually is happening here is this probably is coming out here. Right, because this is supporting all of this. So that fall off is here. That's there. So that, right, this is floppy. This is the groove that's supporting all of this. This half round is our measuring tape U, right? So coming out, that's probably going to flatten out here into a scoop going this way. But that would, because if this comes in all the way in, then you don't have anything really supporting out here. Where here, you know, this, you have a little dent there, and that's supporting that stuff. That's supporting that ridge. And so this is probably just a superficial curve. Right. And once again, I'm being a melodramatic here, but kind of figure out what's happening. And see, that's how you're getting this scoop curve right here, is that this is supporting it, that edge, that rollover supporting it, and then this becomes wavy because it no longer has structure, right? So low res, smooth out. All right. Okay, so that high res. So if you want these stylized ridges, that's fine. This is a texture, so be it. But think they're actually going to, right, if you're just thinking about it as your surface, that would probably then go the other direction, right? Does that make sense? Because that ridge isn't just being supported, but that isn't just a floating scoop. This is this side of the flower, right? And just try to figure out exactly kind of, what's the support mechanism and how is it moving? And you can see it makes a nice transition. the compound curve here is going from roll to scoop. Probably something in that vein, right? Where that becomes, this is now supporting your point, and that's also giving you that wave. So now that you figured it out, lower your res, kind of smooth that off. And the other nice thing about if you're using these stylized lines and you're kind of thinking about your substructure as well, you know, this is a nice place where you can go from hard line to softer lines. So you're getting an implication of motion by the transition of the intensity of your hash marks, right? If that makes sense. And I think we're running in the same issue that is doing that. That's your other little support scoop. And that's probably just rolling over. That's almost like a fold, right? So I would say that transition's probably shorter. It's not coming all the way around. But you can get that scoop because this is what's supporting it, right? That. Because the pedals have big movements, right? They're not. So lower res, scoop. And I think that surface makes more sense with it being, you know, this support ridge or support groove, and then this is a break in it, so you're right going from scoop to where that is the pedal, and it's just getting a little bend here, as opposed to this being this big graphic scoop. Because then what's happening here, right? And you know, you can accentuate, instead of this being this, you can give that as a high spot again if you really want to punch that some, but make it more, it's a change in this surface as opposed to a big fold here, right? Because this is a pinch fold. I don't think this is a big support fold, if that makes any sense, right? That's going to be pinching here, and then that leaf or that pedal is being supported out here. Does that make sense? I think that's a little bit more what that surface would be doing. I blocked it out like this. Boop. So that's the block out. And it's at 484 polys, right? So that's a good block out. And it's nice because you can see that he's stretching it a little here, but it doesn't matter because that's the backside. You know, it's not a big deal. That's going to be smooth anyway. So we hop from there to there. Ba-doop. I think actually let's big, long, sexy curves, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little closer. They got a little beefy, but oh, that's not what we want to do. Right? And I know that this is a little bit more subtle than what you had. So if you wanted that to be a graphic like that, or you wanted it to be graphically compelling in that sense, think about what's happening and maybe you'd start it here and do, something like that. And if you were going to do that, you could do that, right? And now those can become graphically interesting points. Go away. Stop it. And you could turn this into something that is more stylized, but even then at least your things are in the appropriate position, if that makes any sense. Have any questions on that one? Anybody? Everyone see sort of the difference in trying to, you have to decide where the support, what is supporting the surface and why. So trying to analyze what that surface is, seems pretty easy, but these are actually, the small subtle things are actually quite tricky to sell well, right? Exactly. The skeleton has to be there, and that, everything has a skeleton. Oh, goodness gracious. And I'm breaking mine next week, bringing the chair. Okay. So, anyone have any questions on this one? If not, who wants to go next? You gotta figure out a way to maybe take a picture of that and mark ones off that we've done. Okay, so all right, so we'll do the next three in that one. So Mikey's Roboball and Dancing Toes. Okay, so Mikey's, who are you? Once again, I will never remember your names, so you have to. So the three of you, tell me who you are. Okay. Simmons. Those are all Arian. That's Jason. Marina. Sarah. That's Sid. I know, I saw you. Oh. Right on. The one without a name, is that what I'm saying? Right on. So these are your practicing over and under things? Right on. But you see what I mean? If you actually go over and under, things that go over and under, they look better. It's just amazing that way. All right, let's look at your leaf. Nice. So here, once again, this is where I would use, oh, ooh, what did I just touch? Something just went weird. Okay, so 8 subdivisions at 27. It looks good. Let's look at your block up, even though we weren't talking about block up. How is that the block up? What have I missed here? Oh, okay. First things, you're using dynamic subdivision. Okay? Don't use dynamic subdivision. Actually do your subdivisions, because dynamic subdivision is fake geometry. And when you start making a bunch of things, and I understand all you have to do is bake it and all of that, but when you have things that are multiple tiers and it's all layering and it's so am I talking and now it's stuttery? Does it stutter when I talk? Is that what you're saying? It's stuttery when I move this around? I think it's because Camtasia's running right now. And I think that when it starts to do the demands, the Camtasia and the streaming software get a little weird. All right, so now let's just go back up to our higher divisions. All right. Well, what's nice is you have very good rhythm, and it's doing pretty well. I like, you did bother to pull the points out. That's nice. What's going to help you is if you use SK Twist. How big is this? Okay, that's super tiny. That's why my brush disappeared. So in the future, everyone tried to work within a real scale. This is 1/10 of a millimeter big. So, and I know you haven't had a class yet. You don't worry about this, but it's important that everyone stays to scale. Okay, so I use this wonderful brush called SK Twist. I think I told everyone about it last Monday. And so you've used your groove tool, or you'll always hear me call these drawing tools, right? So what I consider my drawing tool is my orb cracks. No, it's because we still have the damn fake mesh on. So here's another thing. When you get up here, see how this stutters and it's trying to figure it out? Because it's not real geometry, so it's trying to process the fake geometry while it's thinking about real geometry. So here's another reason we don't use fake geometry. So let's do this. Duplicate. We're going to bring it down so we know which one it is. We're going to lower our resolution. We're going to turn dynamic subdivision off. Because see what I mean? When we're up in the higher subdivision levels, when I'm trying to sculpt, it now has to think about the subdivisions that are actually there, and the subdivisions it's pretending are there, right? It just becomes a process nightmare. This dynamic subdivision is a low polygon tool. And for the most part, I don't want you doing anything in low polygon. There we go. So now let's come in here. When you've lifted these points, you're implying this is going under this, right? And so what's nice, we take SK twist, we start off soft, we get heavier as we go up. We take clay fill, hold down Alt, knock this back, because I don't want that here, let's go back, undo. Whenever you're cutting a line into things, if you're using drawing tools to define lines, you get these bumps. I don't want that light bump because that is separating my surface continuity, right? I have a surface that's doing this, and then all of a sudden it goes boom, where I want something that has more of the profile where it's coming under, because now this surface looks like it's going under that surface. So there's surface continuity where we put these lines and things. This is no longer going under that. It's going here and then it's stopping. And then there's just a trench, and that's how you're defining it. So using SK twist to retain surface continuity, I take clay fill, hold down Alt, and it's just a really nice way of knocking that bright edge off. So now that looks like that's coming under. I tend to just fill in that little dent a little so it doesn't look like a full half round. And now it's starting out as a neutral, coming in, rolling up. And now we have directionality of the surface on the leaf as well. So we start out small, get deeper, start out light, get deeper, start out light. This brush is a little too big for this, because see how this is a big trench? If you use a smaller brush, it gives you a little bit more rollover, but that's okay. Going to take clay fill, and let's go back up here, and I'm going to knock that little bright edge off, and I'm going to fill that little lip up, knock the edge off, fill the lip up, knock the edge off, fill the lip up. So what we're doing there is so SK twist is doing this. I'm taking that surface and it's turning this almost into a wave, right? So that's the shape of SK twist, right? And so when you're doing it strong, we get this little lip right there. That becomes a reflective lip. That is separating the lip from going under. Our brain knows that that high spot, so it means it's going, it's doing something under there as opposed to going under, right? So this way, a reflection is coming out from under. This way, it's flat, high point, and then going under. So this high point becomes a reflection point. That's not what we're looking for. So we like this half round going here, but we don't want everything on the top having this groove. So all we're doing is we're filling this in. So we have a really nice consistent reflection surface. Not right now, by no means. We will talk about some rendering. I don't render a lot. I don't think it's a very useful tool in a lot of ways. We will go over rendering, but I'm kind of. Did we undo a bunch of stuff? I thought I just did this. Okay. Yes, I will go over Keyshot because that is what is intrinsic in ZBrush, and it's a good rendering program, right? So, and smooth. I'll come back in and smooth. I'll tell you, we'll talk more about rendering in a second. Everyone will hear my rant on rendering. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, that's the wrong button. Shift. So, to see how just putting that little lip gives directionality to the growth of the leaf, right? That probably should have been there, but you know, these are all going back, so we're getting this step, and you know, the direction of that leaf is going like that. Where this has this, these have that, right? And this is an implied depth, where this is a homogeneous surface with humps. So think of things in layers, right? What layer is going below what layer? And when I always say it, I don't draw lines on, I tend to use my brush. Now, I may very well do this to get the rhythm, because leaves are one of the few things that we really do have these, you know, pillowy veins. But I will come back with clay tubes, and I'll use clay tubes to establish these edges going in front and behind one another. And that gives me a nice sharp edge, right? I use the edge of clay tubes as my drawing tool, and then I probably tend to do this. Actually, honestly, I'd do this before I put that, before you actually put the clay tube ledge on. I'd come in here and knock the back end of that pillow off. So this, when I say pillows, I'm talking about these, I just consider these like, you know, stuffed pillowy shapes. If you think of things a little bit more planes and surfaces, where you start out with things that are a little more square, because the flatter surfaces reflect well, where what's really funny is you think a half round surface would reflect better, but you actually wind up getting less reflection, and all of your reflections become the same thickness, and it's a much less dynamic surface. Right, so knock those edges back and in, and then right, and then this is when I'd come back in with SK twist. Wrong direction. SK twist is a directional tool. clay fill. Lower my resolution. Knock those lips off. Kind of come up in there, knock the lip off. Get any high points. High points. Come back up. Tap those off again. Yep. High res. Right? And it just gives you a lot more visually dynamic. Here, let's go to our reflective surface again. And you can see it's just a much more dynamic reflection surface as opposed to half rounds, right? Because it's reflecting in different directions, you're getting that feeling as opposed to this feeling where you're only going to get almost like a cat's eye. You're only going to get that reflection highlight on the half round where you're looking at it. Where here, we're getting a lot more reflection surface. Nope, you're not doing it wrong. You're just not lowering your subdivisions to smooth. Yeah, exactly. That's what you need to do is just divide from your original base, and you'll wind up with something that's much better. And now here is, hold on, let's go back because I can't stand looking at reflective surfaces. I'm going to do this because we were talking about this earlier with other leaves, but I want, because this one's already set up really well. Let's put this big curve down the center. Nope, that's too small. Come back in, do that, and then put your little vein in there. Stop it. We don't need paint. Smooth. And then I'm just going to throw this in there real quick. I know this isn't what you were doing. This actually is about something that was happening earlier today. So now if you have that, right, we have the scoop coming in and then that little surface vein like a maple leaves and stuff. Let's go back to our reflective surface. You can see what that does, right? It really, as opposed to just cutting a line, you have those multiple reflective surfaces that then become active from a lot of, see, like you're getting it from all the way over here, where if that's just a line, wrong direction, right? You lose sight of that right there. Where this, you can see, we can still see it there. So that becomes a much more dynamic surface than just cutting the line in, right? You see what I mean? So think about reflectivity, very important. All right. Any questions on this one? So let me go back through. Okay, so Eric wanted to be next. Hold on, let me kind of go back up here. So, left foot. It was Eric. So Giorgio and then Eric. Okay. And then the surface. Lost sound, no. So no dynamic subdivisions. We all heard that, right? Don't use dynamic subdivisions. Can you show us about rendering methods? Yeah, not today. I'd be happy, when we get there, we'll get there. But that's not something you need to know right now. So, no, the reason that you just want to work and scale, because how you are dividing and trying to control your geometry is retaining certain levels of detail that you need to be able to see at certain scales, right? So if you have a 1 micron line and it's on a 0.5 millimeter thing, well, that's a much bigger line than if it is a 1 micron line on something that's 6 feet tall. So working in your appropriate scale allows you to really control the mesh for the scale of the object. And it's important. And also that way, if you need something like, I need a 2 millimeter groove, there are really easy ways of having calibrated functions. But if you're not in the right scale, that calibration means nothing. All right. So I didn't. Remind me when we get through some of the other things, and I will. The whole point of having the high resolution with all the subdivision levels is that when it comes to smoothing, you lower your subdivision levels, you relax your mesh, and then you can come back up. But I'll go over it for you in a bit. All right. Better improvement. Do you ever use dynamic subdivision? No. Bad dynamic subdivision. What happens when you smooth your details? I start low, create the main volume, work up. Once again, let me get through some of these, some of the homework things, and then I'll be happy to go over that with you. You didn't get the difference in the last 2 lines? Okay. Well, basically, when you have your vein here, right, it is a reflective surface. So when we come over here, you can see, sadly, the gold has the light baked in the bottom. It's kind of a crappy material. But so let's say you have a pendant, right? And it's just rolling a little. And you really want to punch those veins. See how we get that highlight right there? And like I said, this is not the best reflective surface out there, but it's one of the more dramatic. And so, see right here, this line right here? And watch as I roll it, right? It becomes something that is definitely separating the surface. Black line, white line, right? So now if we go back, there we go. And we're just cutting a groove in. I can't see crap. I need to go back to blue. I'm like, ugh. And you're just drawing in your lines. Right? Put the reflective surface back on. Boom. See how it's just dark there? And you're getting that bright because that's that edge coming in. But if you're actually looking for something that is a dynamic edge, because on maple leaves, they have those little veins. Yeah, they'll go. Well, it's on my Twitch, but I now have it going and recording onto my YouTube channel, and so they'll stay there forever. I guess they only stay on Twitch for 14 days or something like that. Now they're going to YouTube, and they'll stay on YouTube forever. But I will try to work it out with Ryan and them to get it put up in Vertex so it's all the same point. But I think right now let's just get it to where they'll get the classes out quicker instead of me having to, we're worrying about having to convert these files to whatever the file it is. It will be on YouTube instantly, I think. No, 2 million is by no means too high for a leaf. Nope, not at all. So yeah, rounds, folding over. Yeah, I think we covered everything on that guy, right? Does that make sense? I don't want to hear anything about everyone saying I'm saying it makes sense, because half the time no one tells me if it makes sense until I ask them. Yeah, no, I'm not using a cam because we're just doing, this is a class, so it's not really about me. It's just about the work. All right. So it was Giorgio, right? Okay. That's the meat. You were up here, weren't you? Was it Giorgio and Eric? So Eric was next. Eric. Eric. I believe that's you, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, Giorgio will do. I think didn't we say Eric was next? Am I just completely high here? Yeah, Eric and then Giorgio. All right. Well, you did. And look at that. It's a lily. And so here, this is a good example. If you notice, here's the support. This is supporting this. So his substructure, he has a lot of physical texture in this, but it's all going in the direction that the support, like that petal, like I said, you got to think of, especially in things as thin as petals, leaves, and fabric, the grooves become, think of them sort of like I-beams, right? So this is supporting this. It's allowed to get floppy here because this is no longer supported. This is a bigger fold, so it supports it down farther. And he's using those lines actually very clearly to draw the support structure, right? So we have a nice this, right? And this is actually how the support of that, here's your main beam, right? This is the big I-beam. And then this is structural. And then as it starts to flatten out, it's allowed to wave, right? So just think about these things as that, measuring tape. Measuring tapes, the bigger the measuring tape, the deeper this U is, and that acts as a structural support until it gets out to where the surface tension can't, and it breaks. So these things are, the same sort of physics is going on here, where these grooves and sort of U structures are supporting the body of the petals and or fabric and the such. So here is where that surface structure is actually working with him, as opposed to getting lumpy. It is going along with the structure of the petal structure. So he's not getting the lumpiness like we were having, because I know that when I was Now, how big is this? I hate when it does this. Ugh. I've got to get Joseph to make this higher than 100 because it's just like it doesn't like things that are higher than 100. So that's 66 mil. That's great. Oops. And let's look around. It's goodly on the back. Now, when we start to get into pendants and stuff, we're going to have to worry about how these touch and wear, but that is a-okay for now because we weren't doing anything of such. See, has really good weight coming in here into this transition. Nope, 2 thumbs up. I know, Eric, I'm working here, man. You know, I'm trying. Here's another very good example of what I mean by that surface, those surface transitions, right? If you'll notice, like this structure is coming down, and then this structure is coming over, and we have this like little break right here. And in fabric, it does the same thing where you get these Ys, right? And those are the fabric. This has kind of come in, it's stopping, and it's turning into a scoop here. And that's what I'm talking about, surface breaks. And this is a really nice example of how the surface tension changes direction, yet the support of the surface tension, right? Because this is coming in and this is sort of like that big structural support area, right? Bump, 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 bump. It's getting loose on the edge. And then you have this transition here where this is being supportive. And you have surface tension between them. And then that is scooping there, right? So you have a support structure coming like this. You have a little support structure coming like this. Because this U is what's giving that very thin pedal right here the support for that to be a nice, strong, clean curve. And then you're getting, oops, hit my little button, right? Big structure, little structure, the film filling in, right? Does that make sense? Solid, solid, connecting membrane. And so this is a really good way to think about some of this stuff. And you'll hear me talk in like this works with like scroll work. You know, you have these tensions, and what makes them dynamic is that you have this spreading. So that's like the backbone of the structure. And then you might have a ridge here that's doing something else. So that's a backbone. And then you might have a split where it comes off this way. And so you have these structural segments, but then it's just sort of like membrane filling them in. And so if you're thinking of things that are hard and soft, even if it's a hard thing, right? This is a filigree on a gun. But what gives those dynamic surfaces, right, is that you have structure, tension. And I see a lot of people who do florals, right? And it'll just be one thing, and then it's just sort of that. And this is just a big half round. Well, that's boring. You know, get this dynamic, like stretchingy bones and tendons, sort of that tension that happens like in the body when you're really like someone's not bodybuilding, but like there was a photography site, and I wish I could remember what it was. Actually, Ryan might remember what it is, where it's like a lot of gymnast and stuff, and they're hanging, and they're doing a lot of really like hanging from a ring and twisting. So you're seeing like they're all at like 3% body fat. So you're seeing a lot of like their insertion and origins, but it's not bulk muscle. It's like wire strength. And the muscle breakout in some of these photos is just amazing because you really get that, because once again, muscles, you have your insertion, you get the bulk, and then you get your origin, right? And so there's these just wonderful tensions that can happen in curves. And I'm going to kind of grip and gripe about surface tensions, curve tension. Give me and these are what make dynamic curves is weight. And he did a very good job of that. And this is all very subtle stuff, but it's happening in a number of places, right? Because if we look at, let's go lower and get kind of rid of some of this. You can see that this is bubbling out. It's coming here. It's falling. This is a break. Well, that break makes that curve. So this is a very sophisticated understanding of a surfaces. And that's lovely. Yay, team. Anybody? You have any questions, Eric? Yeah. I didn't say anything about the blockout. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it's wonderful. It's at the 400. For this part, it seems like that good base blockout is about 400. I like that you have less geometry down here because you know that you're going to have less detail in that. No, your blockout's beautiful. There's no real crimpy, pinchy parts. Yeah, I know this is a crimp, but that's a crimp, No, this is actually a very good blockout. In the future, like let's say you were doing a ring or something like that, or the only place that I think that you feasibly could is add, hold on, duplicate, delete higher, is like here, because at the end of the day, that's a more even surface. And, we didn't add that up, but these become more even. And if you're going to do something in here, you probably want that broken up. Feasibly, you could even go there and there. Keeps you at 478. In this area, these are roughly the same size. So in one of the few cases, you very well may want to put just a touch more geometry in there or remove. But this is also close, and also because this is so low, by the time we get to, that 3 million, you're going to have 8 subdivision levels anyway. But if this were a focal point, like if this were going to get a lot more, let's say you were going to write someone's name here or something like that. I know, why would you write your name? But this is a place where you may want to consider adding geometry. But for this, it's perfectly fine. No, I think your block-up's beautiful. And this seems to be it's funny, this seems to be the successful pattern block up that I've seen so far, because there are the few people who use the tubes, and the tube method, you just wind up with too much geometry. I think the lowest tube was like 950 or something like that, if I remember well. Well, Sarah, you have yet to be assigned this. I think I'm going to have to make your guys a different flower. That way you can't cheat. You've seen how you're supposed to block it up. Yeah, no, your poly models are even and nice. And you knew, like, the fact that you didn't need this broken up, because by the time you get up to a few million polys, there's plenty there to shape that. Um, so no, it looks great. All right. Any other questions? And for those of you in the first class, you haven't gotten this assignment yet, so you shouldn't have an approach to this yet. All right. Wow, what's Moobot? I've never even seen that. Wow. I don't know how that happened. I appreciate it, Moobot. Thanks. Oh, look. I didn't even know that was there. You go, Jiggy. Right? I'm like, wait a minute. That's advertising my other space. That doesn't have classes yet. That's priceless. Okay. We had Dancing Toes was next. Honestly, your house. Just take, some stiff fabrics, take different pieces of paper, and just see how they break, But honestly, I think that, if you look at like fabric wrinkles, if you just look at any of the flowers, just look up flowers in this case, and just see what's happening and try to understand how, because go out in your backyard and look at a flower and, bend it and pinch it and kind of see what it's doing. Because as flowers get old, they're losing, their elasticity or their support, they're dehydrating, they're getting too hot and all the water is boiling off inside of them or whatever is happening. You'll see how they'll wrinkle and they'll shrink, and you'll see how the ridges stop supporting it and how they break down. So actually probably running around the neighborhood and looking for flowers that are dying is probably going to show you a little bit more about how, the surface tension works on flowers. If I'm not mistaken, there is a Bridgman book called Constructive Anatomy. And he does an interesting thing where he breaks it down sort of like a machine. And so he'll show like a joint here and a joint here. And then he'll show how the muscle does this. I think, isn't that called Constructive Anatomy? God, it's been 30 years since I've taken a friggin' anatomy class. Let me see. Nope, I need to turn that off. I don't hear anything I can't type. All right, let's go to pictures, images. No, this is the one. Now, I like Bridgman in the sense that in Constructive Anatomy, he breaks things down into really melodramatic planes. I think that he is showing us some of the, like this one. Like this shows you a really good, when I say think in planes, he does a very good job of thinking in planes. But it's obviously not Constructive Anatomy. Bridgman. The Human Machine. I think this is the one. And he kind of breaks down the tensions. But there was one that, is it this? Yeah, this was kind of interesting where he's showing the pivots and how the tendons are stretching. I think there must be another person who learned from Bridgman that shows a lot of these tensions. Even if you just look at some of this old anatomical stuff, you can see how the tendons are stretching. Yeah, I remember this where it had these as, that's the pivot point, but where he was showing how the muscles tensed out. Like I said, it's been 30 years. I don't expect miracles from my memory. But yeah, when I say think in planes, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Just break down your model into surfaces first, then you can knock the edges off. But you're getting that layer stuff, because in anatomy it doesn't seem, you're like, well, that seems so basic or whatever. But when you get down to where you're dealing with a couple millimeters of depth, those reflective surfaces are super important. I'll see if I can find it. This isn't quite what I'm thinking about, but if you, also how to think about it is, think about like a circus balloon, like a long thin balloon filled with water, and you start one hand up, one hand down, one hand up, and you'll start to build like an S curve between your two hands. And as it starts to hit these outside, right, you start to get kind of that motion going. And what happens, this stretches, this is billowing, right? And this is billowing in the opposite direction. And so you get these stretch points, and then you get this weight transferal, right, to where gravity's pulling the water there, gravity's pulling the water here, and then this is stretching because momentum is changing direction. So this is what makes dynamic curves, because there's tension in it, right? You have something here and you have something here, and you want an S curve. Well, okay, that's one thing. But where it transitions, right? Think about sort of like that folding, and you get this fat, thin, thin, fat, and the light travels on these surfaces very differently, and this becomes, and then you have like this bright edge going on here, and that just becomes a much more interesting surface, right? Because now you have a dark here, brights over here. And so just that, oops, I lost Twitch. Twitch, there we go. Hey, there you are. All right, so anyone have any questions about this one before we go to the next one? The next one is Giorgio, and he has a drawing. And so you're going to get into this a little bit. We're going to go over block up and stuff in class. So, technically you shouldn't be at the point where you think about it. But let's take your dead cloud, rainy, octopusy guy here. No, not quick save. That's not what I wanted. Come on. I'm just going to go see through as opposed to going through the importing of stuff. We're going to go W. Going to turn this into a cube. I'm going to remove the thicknesses this way. Make it thinner. Because we're thinking in layers. Okay, drop that. Go to Z Modeler. Move points infinite XYZ. And I'm just going to kind of get our silhouette and try to move, everything to where it's, once again, just trying to retain a similar mesh density. It's going to come in. It's going to come in. And then I'm also trying to think about a layer breakout, right? So I want that to be a layer. And then I want, let's throw an extra line in there because I want that to be a layer. Oops. And then this little groover's a layer. Right? And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we're going to do these in groups of 2 so I don't load up my geometry in there. So we have that. 2. We're going to move that. And we'll put one more in there. And then do that as such. So now I'm going to tilt this a little. And I'm just going to drag these guys out together for now. Those two. Oops. What's going on over here? There we go. So we'll just do the first tier, we'll call it there. And then we'll drag these guys out. Kind of second tier. And then these will, oop. Like that. All right. And then, so we know that these are kind of, oh, did I move that? I must have. Look at that. Stop it. So we know that, oh, this is going to be one layer because we're separating these little groovers. So we're just going to move that up a touch. And we're going to call that a layer. And that a layer. Move that up a touch. And then maybe just those two, just to get a little bump there. And so now, we can start to divide that. And then now, remember how I'm always saying, don't load your edges, but because this is a cloud and it has, the detail is actually here on these edges, I don't mind that happening, right? And then I'd come back in. We would have done this with it in so I could reapply the drawing to it, right? Using the, in Giorgio, you'll learn about this Monday, right? And then your little dead eye. Come in, do your detail on your waves, and then just slowly build up from there. But that's how. No, it has real subdivisions. No, I never use dynamic subdivisions. Dynamic subdivision is fake geometry. Don't use it. Who was asking about the process of subdivisions, like being able to have your geometry? Who was that? Um, oh, Zovalasio Georgi. Um, so are you here, Zovalasi Georgie? Whatever. I'm sorry, I can barely see and I don't know. Zovalasi, Zovasili, Zoe Vasily, Velo, Zovasilo. All right, you know who I'm talking about. Are you here? You know who I'm talking about. That Zovi guy. All right, there you go. Yep, that's you. Break that out into like phonetics. I'm like, what in the hell's his name? I can barely see it. Um, so, hold on, let's lower res here. I'm going to show you what you're talking about. Now, 1 second. I'm going to get inflate, and I'm just going to make this lumpy. Oop, that's a little too much. It's all kind of bleeds together, and yeah. Tell me what you would like to be called at this point. Say, hi, I'm Frank. All right, so we kind of have our lumpy cloud. You're saying you're at high resolution and you can't smooth. So here, let's. Right, so we're sitting here and we're working on our little cloud. And I'm putting my little details in. And I'm dividing my little layers up. Right? And you got your little cloud going on. And then you're like, well, wait a minute. I need to smooth. And you take your smooth button, and even on smooth stronger, you sit here and you smooth, and you can't smooth. Is that what you're telling me? All right. So as you can see, I can sit here and smooth all day. Well, Zoe it is, because I can say Zoe. All right. Right, but I'm going to sit here and I cannot smooth this out. And this is why everyone always says, Tomas, you're an idiot. You can't work in high resolution because you can never control your surfaces or smooth them. And that's why I'm kind of a jerk about saying, well, guys, you need to keep your subdivision levels because we have all this up here, right? So all we do, lower our subdivision levels a couple spaces. We even go a little bit more. And you know, you spent all that time kind of putting weight, you know, the little cloudy things. If you'll notice, I'm kind of dodging the edges, right? I'm leaving the edges. I'm not just smoothing off everything. I'm kind of looking at where my texture is because I'm relaxing my submesh. So it's not quite so lumpy. We come up. And I'm gonna kind of relax this mesh a little so we aren't quite so lumpy. And why you want so many subdivision levels is because now I can come up right? And I still have kind of the guidelines for those points. So I can come back in and really define now which ones I want, right? And yes, this is a multi-step process, you know, but it really allows you to decide where you want things. I'm just going to do big shapes now. Right, I'm getting everybody into shape. And we'll go on here. And I'm going to take move and kind of punch this in and out. And, you know, I'm going to get my shape where I want it. I'm going to come back in and right now I don't have to drop down that low. We can just drop down a couple. And I'm just going to smooth this out. And I can get all that surface noise off. And because we're higher up, it doesn't mean I'm completely wasting the edges of my mesh, right? Higher. And then back up to our highest. Well, you just smooth every time. So you go lower. You know, you're like, oh, I need this to change completely. Right? As you come up, just hit it. Because it reprojects. And if you're trying for a perfectly smooth surface, you're like, wow, this seems to be a pain in the butt. It's not. Just do it. Because when you do want to retain that surface detail, you're going to be like, oh, that's heaven on earth. So it's just a, you know, nothing's a one-step process. That's why it's called a process and not a button. Right? And there you go. And now you're smooth. Well, so once again, here's the issue, right? If you're doing anatomy or creatures and things like that, you come down here, and then you're sculpting until you're like, okay, well, these are going to be my pecs, and this is my throat, and I know I have too much geometry there, but I'm going to rough that in, and then it's my belly, and then I can take this and I can move it around. And now I have a chest. Oh, here, let's get this out. And you get your body in place, or if it's a fate, you get your nose in place. And then the big bonus of being in Dynamesh here is that as you stretch this out, you just restroke Dynamesh. Move it around, restroke Dynamesh. All right, move it around, restroke Dynamesh. But when boop. Why is it not? No, it's because I still have Okay, so we have our ring, and so I know that I'm going to want to head up here. Hold on. Let's turn X and Z symmetry on. Right? I have my clay tubes on. 0.7. So I know I'm going to have a head up here. That's going to have prongs eventually. All right, well, I need to define a little more. Okay, well, here we need to define this a little bit more. And then we're going to do this. And here, let's get a little bit more shape in our ring here. All right, well, look, we're kind of working up on it. And here, let's divide it again. Well, okay, so I want to do a little thing here and kind of get this going like that. And, okay, well, now I need to divide. So now I might want to scoop here. And here I want to, you know, a scroll. I want scroll work. I want to divide. Okay, well, now I'm going to divide again. And now I'm going to kind of work in here and get this. And I really want this scroll to do this. And here, let's kind of move this out and get this a little dynamic. And we're like, okay, you know, that's pretty cool. And so I'm going to come in here. So, all right, well, that's kind of in position. So let's divide it again. And now we're kind of getting to position. You can see there's still all this tessellation and stuff. So you still really don't know what those forms look like. And then you have to divide up here. And so now you can come in and figure out how you want the weight of this to work. Well, okay, I guess you can do that. But I just find it a lot easier to be able to come in here at the very beginning, define my forms, use my cross hatching to kind of determine what's going on with my surface. Because we are dealing with such tiny, the actuality of the object, it's smaller, trying to creep up on really nice surfaces and the subtleties of some of the surfaces as you're exploring. Because let's face it, most of the time you're not going to be working off sketches where you know exactly where things go. And like I'm trying to define this out, and like, okay, well, I kind of want this scroll to sort of look like an eye. Let's go back down here. Well, I mean, I can do this all day down here. I can even do it here. And then when I come up, when I'm going to keep redoing this like 8 times until I get up here? No, I'm going to do it up here. I'm going to get myself into the general area that I want to be in. I'm going to need to drink some water here in a second. Right? And I can find these little moments that really are, you know, all of a sudden that double hitch looks pretty cool. Now, as I go on, these are small little details that develop the finesse of your surfaces and character, right? So you can see I have made very few decisions about this ring, right? But I just saw this little kind of double hitch, right? And it was just purely letting my brush move. And I kind of like how that folds back under that, right? And I'm always looking for little accidents like this. And it's not an accident, it's just, you know, an unplanned, and that's why I do a lot of stroking as well, where I'm putting down a lot of surface information and then making decisions on it later, right? And so now I kind of like this, but I like this as a flat point. And so I've kind of creeped up on a physical vocabulary. You know, this is something that I'm kind of liking. And so, like, okay, well, this is a good place for something like that too, right? And so now I can go, okay, well, we sort of have that fold back there. We can do it here. And so now this piece has become about these really kind of unique little fold back areas, right? And you can't do this down here. And as long as you keep your subdivisions levels and you don't go into Dynamesh, right? You can then come back in very simply, lower your resolution. You know, lower it that much. Lower your resolution, smooth stronger, and you can relax these meshes very quickly. Come back up, relax that mesh very quickly. And now we go at it again. And now we start refining them. And so it's still a multi-stage process. I'm just starting at the top. And that allows me to find really finesse areas that I want to become accentuated with and become the vocabulary of the part. And you just can't do that starting low. Or not as efficiently or quickly. Because unless you know where every single little line is going to be, because I don't make decisions until I'm doing that. I have no idea what this shape is. I'm just looking at what's happening and making decisions thereof. Right? So where do you start if you're starting at 100,000 polys, right? I mean, I guess you can come in here and try to figure this out, right? I want some hash marks here. Oh, great. Look at those hash marks. Those are awesome. So, yeah, of course. Your so the first like the lily is coming from a reference. So we will. Hey, Jackal, how's it going? You will go from reference material. Well, you just saw me use reference material on the cloud. I mean, that was a little sloppy, but I did the exact same process because, once again, because we're early in this stage, and some of you didn't really see the little spider demo, my beautiful spider. There are some very important reasons why you want to retain your quads. One, the retention of higher detail while still being able to move, pose, and iterate your model. And then being able to go down in subdivisions to be able to smooth and relax your base meshes. All right. Yeah, of course. And remember, those of you who are in the second class, we're just going over ideas. You have yet to get an assignment, so don't, you'll get all of this in class. If I can remember what I taught in class, I don't. I'm kidding. Joke. All right. Is there someone here that we haven't done? I know we haven't done a few of them, but has someone turned in homework that we haven't looked at who is here? All right, so Sid. All right, okay. Hey, hey. So I know Sid's been uh, here for a while, so let's find Sid's work. Um, uh, Hold on. Has everyone already uploaded stuff, or are there new pieces that have been uploaded? That's boom. Oh, how to disable Facebook notification. Thank you, Brian. Okay, so it doesn't look like there are more pieces. So let's find Sid's. Those are all Ariane, Jason, Jeff, Anne-Marie. Whose is that? That's Mariana, Kiko, Eric, Dimitri. That's Luke. We did the leaf. We did Sarah. Sid, did I just go past yours? I know I downloaded it. Emery, Jeff. Best view. Oh, there, Sid's. I'm sorry. Man, let me tell you, they all start to look the same. I'm going to do a better job of figuring out a way to figuring out a way to mark them off. I need to take like a screen cap or something and cross them out. Alrighty. Pretty good. I mean, you know, you got your overs and unders pretty good. You lose a little continuity there, but that's okay. You know, all in all, not a bad first effort. So let's start here. Once again, if I'm heavy breathing, it's not it's nothing to do with you guys. I just can't breathe. Oh, that's interesting. Is this not? There we go. I'm like, it looks like you did it in quad symmetry. Did you not? Are they different? Yeah, they sure are. Did you? Is there a reason you didn't do this in quad symmetry? Or did you and it moved? So if you turn on XY, obviously we can get all four sides at once. So, right, but I just mean this wasn't centered, and it looks like you did one half and then you did the other half separately, right? Because these are not, well, maybe not. Maybe it's just the view. Oh, okay. It was intentionally not made. Okay, fine. Right on. It was a decision. That's all I needed to know. All right, so the one thing that I would say is that all of your details are roughly the same size, okay? So all of your lines are roughly the same size. All of your major details are roughly the same size. So think about things slightly, mixing it up just a touch where you have, here, it's actually good. We'll do one half and then the other. So if, and this kind of goes back to that curve conversation we were having about dynamics and curves. And once I don't really have any plan, I'm just trying to give you an idea of what we're talking about here. And the flat's good. It's better than half round, but I think you'd benefit from doing some actual plane shifting. Mm-hmm. Kind of got something going on here. Let's. So I'm just trying to pick out some surfaces that are, a little bit more dynamic than others. Ooh, that's not smooth. Mm-hmm. So just pulling down, and then I'm just kind of punching that surface under a little. Mm-hmm. So where you have things like kind of breaking into surfaces, you have things that are thicker than each other, you have things that are thinner than each other, and you have things that are breaking planes. And it's like, make that one part. Oops. This little keyboard that shift and cap locks is real close. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And change levels, have one thing go over another as opposed to them all going over in the same direction. And once again, kind of have things break surfaces or extend the surface. And change your depth up, make some things deeper than others. And then this is also where texture and repetitive pattern work very well to pop surfaces. So if you want sort of like this to stand out, I'll turn that damn lazy mouse off. And then tracking hash marks direct, get the eye going in specific directions. If this is going over, kind of change the level of the thing as opposed to just having it be one stroke, So just there, you can see by making things fatter, punching foregrounds and backgrounds a little bit more. And once again, I'm being a little melodramatic here with some of the stuff, but I think it kind of... So you see the difference? And I didn't do that big of a change, right? Yeah, no, of course. So I think that really punching your surfaces, see how all these, you have basically two size lines, bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and a little bigger and another bigger. And then, you have this size line. So I would make wagers you didn't really change your brush size. You just went in and started doing it. It's good. It's cool. It's no problem. It's just, if you're going to have it that symmetrical or, make sure there's, a reason, because depth, like level changes, are what provide really lovely, especially once you get to metal, it provides lovely deep shadows and stuff, and it creates nice different reflective surfaces. Come on, you. You kind of think of what's going on, right? You're like, okay, well, I've added these, so let's make the... And you'll see that, I'm still working mostly in flat planes as opposed to these half rounds, right? Because this is going to reflect better than a half round. Instead of just making them steps, make it an angle. I mean, of course, if you want steps, that's fine. I'm just saying, if you make these angled surfaces as opposed to just step surfaces, you're going to wind up with a much more interesting surface, right? And then if you're going to get real clever, you can make this, you know, like convex to concave. And then when we get into metal or a reflective surface, it becomes something that directs the eye, right? And now let's go to something reflective. And you see how you get these motions and shadows, and it just, and these are pretty soft. So everything, all your edges and stuff are soft, and it'll read soft because especially your after polishing, edges soft out dramatically. All right. And this is why I use clay tubes, because it allows me to get nice crisp edges, which become nice crisp reflective surfaces. I mean, does that make sense? Do you see the kind of the difference by punching level, punching layers, changing line thickness, and using texture to, right, using texture to change your surfaces. Like hash marks, especially in the pseudo Giger-esque stuff, you know, I mean, that's one of his, it's a very good way of getting surfaces to separate. So, you know, I'm always saying I don't want you to draw detail, and this is exactly why. Because if you'll notice, as we draw these lines in, it is separating surface continuity. So we've lost surface continuity. Ooh. We've lost surface continuity behind these things. But in this case, that's good because we want it to be, you know, a separate surface. We want it almost, you know, it's like a, what do you, oh my God. This getting up in the morning, guys, is killing me. You know, like a vent cover or something. Good God. It's just tragically sad. And this is where just using like just rough texture even. You can see that by doing hash marks that travel with the surface, right? Your eye is looking at that transition, right? If you have, don't just do hash marks all the way down, you know, you can really force the eye to look by doing, you know, long ones. And then as you're getting along, you can really punch an edge by doing short ones, right? And so now those are actually arrows that the eye is going to follow. Righto? Yeah. So yeah, think about layers, think about line thicknesses, think about transitional surfaces, think about how you're directing your eye and what do you want the eye to be directed at, right? Um, but yeah, I mean, very good first shot. Anybody have any questions on that one? Or anything in general? Ooh, wrong one. And you can see by changing all these surfaces, right, we're getting a lot of different reflective planes where these are all very staid. It's all in one direction. Do I use hotkeys for brushes? No, that's why I have palettes. That's why everything is out here. I'm dyslexic. I can't type. Um, as you can notice, I keep hitting cap blocks and not shift. So no, that's not something that works for me, sadly. Um, I wish it did, but no, I don't use hotkeys. I mean, okay, I use some keys, but no, I don't. For the most part, if it's a function, I pull it out that I use a lot. I'm not very good with hotkeys. Yeah, no, that's perfect. I mean, honestly, you could have started with a third of this, if not even more. I mean, hold on, let's duplicate. Delete higher. Z modeler. Boom, boom, boom. Turn symmetry off. Boom, boom. Yeah, like, hold on. W cube, boom, polycube. Make that one. W, flatten this bugger out. Let's see where you're at here. All right. Transparency. So you need one thickness here. And get rid of the, no. Get rid of those and those. Stop it. Those. And so now we pull that out. So one there. Turn that symmetry off because it's not symmetrical. Right? And then just do this one more. Oops. So that's your basic shape. Oh, sorry, I had an extra one in there, but I'm just gonna not, whatever. And then I'd probably insert edge loop here and actually, obviously symmetrical X, not Y. Insert multi-edge loop. And I would probably go maybe there. Maybe one more. I mean, you could even go there. And then that way these aren't getting too detailed. And that sticks as under that 700 mark. Mirror and weld. Oop, wrong direction. That's 286, right? So you could easily, ooh. You could get these a little bit more similar, but I think that's pretty close. I probably would have started there. Don't use edge loops. Edge loops load edges. Does everyone, okay, so when I say don't use edge loops, does everyone understand why and what I mean by don't use edge loops? Okay. So let's go back to a cube. Here's a cube. All right. No, it wasn't bad. It's just too many. I mean, you're at almost 2,000. Just remember the goal is to be, right, because, I mean, this is mine. I'm at 346. The goal is to have that base mesh under 800 polys, because then you can get that extra subdivision level in there as we're going up. But hold on, where's my cube? Okay, here's our cube, right? So I'm just going to be melodramatic with this so you can kind of understand. Q, Z modeler. All right. So when you load the edges, let's get rid of this one and that one. So edge looping, right, loads the geometry to the edges so they stay crisp. So if I were going to do this, I'm not going to load this edge, and I'll show you why. So let's divide this up. I'm going to turn smooth off so it stays square. Okay, so we're at 6 million polys. Because if we are dividing up, right, if we're using our subdivision levels and we've now created this model, I probably want to be sculpting out here, right? Let's get... You bastard. Nothing's going smooth, huh? Oh, but, all right. It's going to, we have to do it in straight lines because I don't have lines going this way. It has the same amount of lines going that way. So if I take this and I draw that, take that, and draw this here. Let's get out of here. All right, so let's get rid of these real quick. Take that, make this small, and I'm going to draw this line here, right? But now I'm going to draw this line out here. And see how much less geometry I have out here. So if I kind of do this S and do the S out here, you can see that because it has the same amount of geometry going this way because I didn't put more. But you can see how much cleaner this mesh is as opposed to this one, right? Can you see that? And that is because out of the almost 7 million polys, that little bar right there has 5.5 million. And this big square over here has 1.3 million. So we've loaded all of our geometry onto that edge. So when I come out here and try to sculpt, I'm at 1/5 what the outside geometry is. Or, you know, here, let's group this, Control W, compared to this, right? So this has 1.3, and that was over 5. So if you edge loop, as we divide, remember we're dividing quadrilaterally, and so this winds up with a ton more geometry than this. So let's face it, 99% of the time we're going to be want to sculpt out here. Wow, I have completely lost all capacity to form sentences. I apologize for sounding like an illiterate dimrod. So right, if we're all trying to sculpt out here, woo, we have no geometry, but boy, if you want to sculpt over here, you've got plenty of geometry. We don't want to load our edges. Now, the nice thing that ZBrush does have is creasing. So when so now when we're down here, we can go into ZModeler and we can go crease, and I can just crease this corner, and as we divide up, you can see that's staying as if you have edge looped it, right? But there's no geometry there. This is the only fake geometry I approve of. You can use this fake geometry. And then you just uncrease all. And now you have a sculpting area that is divided, right? But it doesn't have more geometry there. But it's retained that surface. And then you can see I took the crease off, so that edge is getting a wee bit smaller. But these aren't actually geometry pinches. That was a fake geometry, right? And so if you insist on having sharp surfaces, you can crease them. But I tend to sculpt it. Well, it doesn't matter if, I mean, right, I understand what you're saying, but the problem is that an edge loop, let's just draw one, right? Well, here, let's just do this. What am I trying to find? That's what I'm still in that damn pen. right? Hold on, let me get it. No, let's edge loop it the way. So you've basically created an edge loop, right? I'm just doing it by hand as opposed to automating it. Well, it doesn't make, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not making good quads. What I'm saying is it's putting the geometry on the edges. And you don't want to load your edges with geometry because that's the last place you're going to sculpt most of the time. You're trying to sculpt in the area. So we just created an edge loop, right? So let's divide it. And let's just take this much, right? That is 27 polygons. And now let's take I might not have divided this up enough to be too dramatically different. And that's 90 polygons. Do you see what I'm saying? No. The whole point of an edge loop is you're loading geometry onto an edge. Right? Do you see the difference there? Right. So in the same space that we have, oops, sorry. "24 polygons in the same zone, we have 51. And that's just that, basically one square, right? Yeah, no problem. Alrighty. Any other questions on that one? All right, guys. It is now 3:21. I need to pee. I'll be right back. Much better. All right. I'm sorry, guys. So let me scroll back up to that list and see who hasn't been. Ooh, holy Hannah. Okay, so we just did Sid. So Marina, you're next. Dimitri. That's Eric. Keiko. There you go. Righto. Of course. That's why I'm here. Oh, no, I'll do without eating. Don't worry about it. I'm fat. My body will survive quite a bit before I start starving. So, honestly, you did a good job here. Let's look at your block up. I always love it when it gives you the weird squirrely things. I would say that is a damn good block up. 344. Woohoo, look at you go. I think you might be the lowest successful block up. All right, so let's get back up here. Don't worry, guys. Next week you get to choose your own thing. I just wanted to make sure that everyone's got their head around block up. Okay, so your texture's pretty good, right? Excuse me. But once again, it really comes down to so much of just the subtlety of these surfaces and not getting lumpy breaks in them. No, high res. Right, you're damn close. But because your surface texture is going against the grain of the leaf, right? And it's a little flat. If your texture is going against the grain of the leaf, that's fine for texture, but you have to make sure that it's not breaking the surface tension. Unless it's very stylized and it's more like an illustration, then that's one thing. But, you know, your form's great. But just by doing that cross, see how these surfaces sort of have weight, right? So as we come back up, right, your texture is still going against the grain. Right, see how, so look at the difference in that and that, right? Now, it's fine if you got more dramatic down here, right? Because it's losing, right? It's leaving its structure. Right, this edge is now getting, it's losing that structure. So, but, you know, think of it sort of like the pants, right? It has to come from the support and then off. You can't break the support. So I'm gonna make this fairly dramatic. Because you're like, well, all you did was make the texture softer. Well, I'll give you all the big wonky leaps. Oops. But see that superstructure isn't broken. And it can get as floppy and wonky over here as you want, as long as you're not breaking that superstructure. Does that make sense? And then if you're going to do it that dramatic, you can really come over here and, you know, punch this and make this super floppy, you know. And even something that melodramatic is still okay because it's hanging from the I-beam. Right? It's like a sleeve is hanging over your shoulder, right? It's tight, and then as it flares out, you know, it's going to get wavy. But it's not going to break that. And now if this were, let's say, a fold, right? Well, how do we do it without breaking that? Well, we just make sure that the detail doesn't break our surface continuity, right? You know, this could be fabric, let's say, and it comes up and over this. But that is then something that is coming up and over it, right? So you can see that's not, and this is why I talk about surface continuity as a big deal. You see this surface, you get an edge, but you can see that that surface really does connect under there. It's not surface continuity, right? So you can bring something above that surface, but if that's structural, it can't dig into it, right? And I think that's really kind of thing to wrap your. See, that doesn't look like it's breaking. It looks like that's sitting on top of it. But no, it looks great. And it was funny because this is a very simple shape, but it's really hard to get something to look feather thin and, you know, petal thin and still retain that structure. And a lily is stretched way far out because it has those two big rollovers which allow it to get way out here. Do you have any questions? I mean, yeah, it's a damn good job. Cool. All right. So the next person was it here? So, oh, sorry. Did I skip Anne Marie? Did we do Anne Marie? Oh, I'm so confused. All right. Did we do Anne Marie? I think we did, right? Is this on Anne Marie? No, that's all Arian. Okay. I thought you were up. Oh, there it is. You're right here. Right on. That is. No, that's great. And look, you're at 340. That's a good place to be. And so, you know, when you divide this up, I'd get a little bit bigger. You know, you can really start to punch that out. But you have, it's a good depth. And yeah, no, it's a perfectly good block up. Grab backface masking on. Nope, I knew it was acting weird. Oh, no, it's good. I mean, you know, honestly, just being here and watching the crits and stuff should be, I'm hoping it's helpful. But yeah, let's just kind of, right, you just work it into the shape you want. And then get that roll. Ooh, backface masking is important. You know, those are the curves holding it up. And you obviously have the silhouette you can play with. And now you're off to the races, right? So no, perfectly good block up. Well, so you're saying that you just have, are you saying it all piles up in the one subtool, or it gets piled up like this and you want to clear it out? Do I have a lag? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, I have about a 9-second lag. Okay. I just have to know how long to wait before I expect a response. I believe I might not have included it in my assets. The easiest way, I'll put this up. Or you can do it yourself. It's super easy. In my project folder, when I start up a new project, right? I just created a new project. And so when I hit that, it gives me a new project that is my world, that is, my settings, so just when you boot up ZBrush, the best way to, why does this keep saving this quick? ZBrush is the only problem that frustrates me is because I save all my quick saves, so I wind up with a lot more quick saves. When you first start, right, just boot up the program and you're sitting here like this, right? Just come into File, Save As, and then go into your program file, program folder, Pixelogic, pick your Pixelogic, and then right here under Z Projects, save it so you have new project right here. Normally I usually have something called Z Stuff. Miscellaneous. I usually take all this crap and throw it in the miscellaneous. So all I have is my new project. And then that way, like, I quick save. So it's all there. And then I just hit new project. I save so quick save under preferences. If you go to quick save, it's because we crashed. That's why it's saving. So this is saving every 20 minutes, but I usually, when I'm working, I save every 30 minutes because that's how I bill. I just count the pictures and I know how long I worked on it. Yes, I know. But when I'm streaming, I usually put it on 45 minutes. I can have maximum 1,000 quick saves in the folder. Restoration is 1, right? That means that if it sits for 1 minute and nothing has happened, it won't quick save. right? It's not going to sit there and quick save the same file over and over and over again. Um, um, skip history. In my quick saves, I don't have history connected because it's not saving all my history stuff. So um, yeah, quick save is the automatic save, and then when you launch Lightbox, hit quick save, and you see this is what we've done today, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, it's not being accurate because I had it set for saving 20 minutes or yeah, you can set it right. Max quick saves. Let's say you just want it to save the last 100 quick saves. you can you can pick where it starts to do the ride over. I save every single quick save. That's why I have 109 terabytes of drives, because I save everything. Because if I ever get into a lawsuit over copyright infringement, I have an entire working history of every file I've ever made. I never delete. I go and just move. I have stacks of 10 terabyte drives. And then I separate them out. I'll just go through, and I have a whole drive that's just class stuff. And then I have by project, I separate it out by project. Yeah. And actually, as soon as I get my education thing up and running, and I have a little passive income coming, I have a lawyer, and he and I are going to go after every jerk who is ginking my sugar skull gets stolen a lot. So we're going to go after him. Because there are some people making pretty good money off of it, and I'm going to go take it. Actually, there's still a production. There's a book that was like men's rings, and they have a picture of it. And the guy actually had the balls. I was like, so you stole my ring. He's like, well, this ring is dated 2004. And look, our picture is dated 1989. I'm like, okay. And I sent him back a picture that said 1962. I'm like, well, okay. So mine was first. It's like, dude, are you kidding me? Oh my God. It makes me nuts. People. Okay. Before my blood pressure goes off, if you hear my Apple Watch going, deek, deek, it's like, breathe. All right. So we had Anne-Marie. We did Sid. We did Marina. So Diana. Aaron, Jason, Jeff. We just did that one. First leaf. That was the frog, right? Yeah. Sid. What's that one? No, we did best version. And that's Dimitri. Brian. I know, I've seen you. I did everything of Aster and Orion. All of those are my designs. Actually, she was a student. She had taken the class. Okay, that is... God. Next week I'm going to take a picture and scratch things out. I'm sorry, guys. Do you see yours? Can you identify your Lily? That's Brian. Leave. I know you were downloaded, weren't you? Did I? Well, let's just re-download it. How's that? There we go. There it is. Okay. Alrighty. So I would say, once again, your base shape's great. We're all running into the same issues with this. And don't feel bad, because really it's one of the things I was trying to hit you with, because it's a very simple shape. So, once again, let's just make sure, because this edge is not wavy. This edge is wavy, right? So boom, 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 boom. Our little I-beam. Our I-beam. And then sorry. High res. So once again, we can have our texture going against the grain. You just can't break that structure. All right, that's not, no. And I'd probably have a little bit more of a roll over there, just to give you, that dynamic movement. Have it thicker here, and they get thinner. And even when you're being flat, think about your shape, right? Just by pushing that out a little, it'll feel rounder, right? And then I would say, let's lower this a little. Boop, 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 boop. Oops, sorry. That's not where I wanted to wipe you out. Come on, there we go. Just give this a little bit more of a curve right there, and have that come under the lip more. And let's look at your base res. Yep, block up's really good. 292, you go. And see, you do have the separation there. That's nice. Come back up. And you can see that lower res, come on. I just want that to be a slightly more dynamic curve. Right? It just gives us a little tension. It gives us a nice flow. Right? Big, long, sexy curves. Yeah, really, I think that's the only thing. It looks good. I just think you need to, once again, figure out where that structural meat is, and right. Size? Nope, it's good size. 73 mil. How many people are still here? Okay, so I do because I use dynamic brush scale. Okay, I like dynamic brush scale because that means the brush stays the same size as I zoom in and out of the scene. But because of change of scales, sometimes you wind up where your brush is so small it won't get big, or your brush is so big it won't get small. So if you'll notice, I have draw size, maximum brush size, and dynamic brush scale all in the same thing. I like my maximum brush size to be 5,000. 5,000. And I usually keep my dynamic brush scale all the way down at 0.002. Now let's look at what that's doing, right? So I'm going to bring this all the way up to my maximum brush size. And it's really weird. I do not know how it shifts around so much, but this is as big as this brush will get at 0.02. So I usually I try to keep it under 1, like around 1.7, enter. And you can see that brush is now much bigger, and I can go smaller. The reason I do this is this. When you have this set really high, and we go down low, and I'm trying to get a fairly accurate, brush size. So I'm going to go here, and I'm just going to try to go from there. I just want it to come small, a little smaller. This hops around a lot, where the smaller my dynamic brush size is, the less options I have between 1 and 5,000, right? And so that allows me to really control the size of my brush. And that's what I'm really trying to do, is not to have a big hoppy aroundy brush. So if your brush is too small, slide this up to like 1 or 2, and then I don't change the maximum brush size because I want that much range. But just know that, like here, you're like, oh hell, my brush is so small, what's gone? Just come up here, type in 1, enter, and now you can see the brush is much bigger, right? And it may seem silly right now, but later when you're trying to get a really exacting brush size, being able to kick that all the way down is super, super helpful, because I'm often way in here trying to do something small, and it's like, oh, it's where, let's try to get this small, right? And then I just want to make it a little bigger. It's like, look at how big that jumps. And we're at 113, where this way, if I make this small, I have 5,000 steps between each brush size. And that allows me to be really accurate with my brush size. And I get when I'm trying to get just edges or just faces and not edges, and you have a bunch of lines, that's really set up. So for the most general, you can just go in there and type that at 1, and you'll very rarely have brush size possums. Brush size possums. Brush size problems. Okay, so who was next? We had that little list up here. Man, y'all talking. Okay, so we just did Diana. So we're going to Keiko. Keiko? I'm sorry if I'm mangling y'all's names. Yeah, Keiko. And you are right here. Boop. Frame. Good scale. Now see, I'd say you have the same issue here on the front edge, and this is a little lumpy. But by this backside is real close to working, because I would say that's your only problem, because this is the structure, right? So that's the U, so it's being supportive. Let's lower our resolution. Look at your block up. Block up's great. 260. Wonderful. Let's just come up here for 1 second. Let us get rid of these lumps. This is pretty subtle stuff too. It's not like you have missed by a mile or anything. I like assigning homework that looks easy. And all right, so move. You kind of have this setup going in the other direction, where there's sort of like C curves coming to the inside, not the out. So you're not really getting the same kind of rollover. Right. So that becomes your like little structural area. This is loose or floppy, right? So that can do whatever it wants to do. But now you have a transition here. It's going to kind of do something like that, right? Because this is like that pant break, right? And it's going to go down. And now this can be floppy. Like this could do this, right? Not saying it needs to, but just so you know, this becomes the loose part because now this, right, is sort of doing here. So now that is becoming the structural area. So you have structure, and then this is the membrane. Does that make sense? Right. And you can see how this works because there's no rollover. This is the that's the supportive structure there, and this isn't a big, right, this is scoopy the whole way around, so it is, this is the structure that's supporting that edge. Oh, here I'm using SK clay fill with alt. So I filled this up, so that's it positive, and then holding alt, it allows me to do just some nice scooping softly. And the reason I was using it because I did the fill and then I just used alt, and that lets me, you know, add and subtract pretty subtly here. Right? That is all good. Killing it. Looking good. Loris. Yeah. Okay. Who is next? Alrighty. That's you, right? I know it starts with an L. It all just becomes a blur. Are you here? Hello? Isn't it? Did we do Dee Dee's ghost? Didn't we do you? Am I hallucinating? Isn't Luke Earthfire Opals? Okay. Hi. Okay. That's I thought so, but then I'm saying Luke. Alrighty. It's interesting. You have the same kind of structure here, right? Where this is the C. So the rollover is actually coming internally. No, that's all good. How dare you make me wait? The only thing is once again, that implied thinness. Um, so it's easier to get a ridge, and then just make sure that it looks like this surface is, I'm going to use planar to show, right? So that surface is kind of going up and under. Oop, there's a crappy use of planar, but here, right? So that the surface continuity thing is going up under that curve. Just make sure that this cuts back under just a little, and then it'll read like it's going all the way back. Like if you need thickness there, that's fine, but you just have to imply that there is a lip there that it's going under, right? Because this is a rollover. You don't want it just to look like filled in, because now that's fat, right? But if we come in here and so let's lower this res a little. I'm going to knock just a little bit of that square off. Come up under that just a touch. All right, so that now at least has that highlight appearance of thin. And honestly, this is pretty darn good, right? So that's our structure. And if, I think I'll probably make this slightly fatter, where the top of that I-beam is a little bit farther in here. And then I would probably scoop this just, that's not it. Scoop this just a little, so we get a little implication of that, that floppy, right? And I'd do that probably here too. Well, because once again, just kind of thinking of it as fabric, right? Your tension point, boom, 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 coming down. But then this is like a fabric curve, like right here. So that's tension there, there's tension there, and then this is the loopy fall off, right? So that's a nice, that's the C, right? That's supporting everything. That's floppy, that's floppy, that's floppy. So, you know, just does that make sense? Yeah. It just changes where that, you know, where the surface tension starts. Oops. No, smooth, undo, undo. No, good job. You know, I knocked that little edge was square, and then there's usually some kind of hump here, whether it's going in or out. You know, whether it has a belly here and it's coming over, but usually there's some sort of transition here. But other than that, mask, undo. right? Because you see that looks solid if you're not scooping here, right? If you're not getting that transition curve there. Right, you're losing that form. This is the important form. This is all just the floppy stuff hanging off, right? You know, that can come down and just be whatever it wants to be at that point. Woo, look, it's wavy. And it doesn't really change the structure, right? Because that's just that fanny stuff. So you just have to make sure you know where that I-beam supporting the pedal is. Oop, wrong one. And see if that's scooped. That's the end of your support. And then you get a nice dynamic curve there. Yeah. Yeah, it's the key is like, once again, not breaking the surface continuity. And that's a tough one. And then I'd probably just punch that curve just a little. Right. Yeah. Have any questions about this one? Sorry, I'm not just blowing through the ones at the end faster. I just think we've discussed most of the subtleties of this form. So for the future homework, you're all not going to be doing the same thing. Right. I'm giving you freedom to choose. But this was about block up and some very tricky form stuff just to get you thinking about how these forms are shaped. Right. Alrighty. Let's see who is next. We had, where are you? This keeps getting higher and higher. Oh, here we go. Down. So we got, so is there anyone here who has not seen their pieces? Well, once again, this was not, I'm not talking about printing it all on these, the tricks about printing, right, is once again perceived thinness, right? Like you could make this, I'm just going to make this a little bit more dramatic here. Right, so you can have this edge that, because it moves and it wavers a little, it appears to be thin, right? Let's oops. Stay on top of that edge. Right, so we're getting a little bit more ripple there. And so you're like, well, holy Hannah, that's very thin. Well, the key is to come behind it and fill it up to the view, right? So as long as we're looking at it, how is it going to be viewed? that looks thin. But in all reality, it's not, right? So a lot of, and let's say you're doing, we're going to say dragon horns because this was a real thing. You have something like this, right? So there's this perception of thinness, but you can build it up in the back to where it, and I know that I don't really have enough geometry to do this, but where it's not thin, and you just have to figure out what what is the view, and then you can even cheat and make it a ridge, right? And so now it's even going to reflect thinner. Come on. Right? That's going to reflect pretty thin, but it's not. Exactly. So it's playing little mental tricks. This was really about block up and not printability and things like that. Okay. Is there anyone here? Because I know that there are a couple up here that we didn't do. So is anyone here who has not had their project looked at? And actually, this is a pretty good process because that way, if you're not here, your pieces will be towards the end of the thing, so you can just approach it from the end. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. So let's look at Arian stuff. This is someone from the second class. And lots of subtools. Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Let's do yours since you're here. Nope, wrong one. Boop. Boop. Ba-doo-doo-doop. All right, boop. Download. Load tool. Download. This is new in the latest update, or one of the last few updates, where it breaks down downloads by, it gives you latest, thingamabob. That's super nice. I like that. Frame. Hey. That is a Celtic, it's a hunting dog, right? It's a dog or a wolf. I think, well, I guess the face could be a dragon. Yeah. I'm just trying to, the shape of the heads are always what gives it away. Well, so, okay. Your form is good. Now, in this, really completely, absolutely, and utterly depends on your reference material, right? So take this for what it is. When we have these intersections here, you've done really good about, being over and under, right? And I think why I'm saying that is if I remember referencing on a form like this, right? So over and under, and then this is, I want to say, this is the tail, that's the hind leg. I just can't remember. And this is where, let's lower res here. Right? What happens is, like, this is a figure 8, but what we really want to pay attention to, and like I said, I know that this may have the background on it, so this actually isn't very helpful, but let's go here. I really want to see separation in the sense of this. We have our little arm guy going here. Really, I think this is a wing and this is the torso, if I remember correctly, right? And because these Celtic knots are very architectural, I want you to kind of view them as architecture as opposed to bio-organic, right? And that comes in and becomes a swirl. But like this airspace behind these swirls, if I'm not mistaken, these are actually, there is actually airspace between, or there is not actually airspace in between these. This is a frame, like it's sitting on a frame. Instead of just being passive about that frame, I would really prefer to see, and I understand and I know why and how they did this, but I would prefer to see this actually be intentional, right? Where this actually make up a face or a facet and have it come under that, you know, maybe even jack that up a little. Same here. You know, because a lot of this, you know, it was very crude. Just because, like I said, you know, they were dealing with camel fat torches and sharp rocks. So, you know, the techniques obviously are dependent on the tools they were using. But unless you're doing an actual historically accurate, you know, try to think about what these surfaces do, you know, kind of knock that back and turn it into a scoop or something. And then that turns this into something, right? If these, like, I would almost like to see that and have that become like a little hitch right there or something, right? Where these become intentional transitions, not just the shape that was left behind. And now, to be fair, in a lot of the historical ones, this is just the shape that's left behind. But you can change that, right? And so that either knock it out completely, but obviously you can't here, right? So how this is designed, it's not really designed to have those big hollows. This is what I mean. See how my brush kept, it was too big, too small, too big, too small. That's why I tend to go back to the tiny, right? So, and actually that's going under the wing. If I'm not mistaken, this is a wing. So I would just build that higher and then make sure those are in front. And here, once again, I would probably try to do something like this. And I mean, I'm just making this up. This isn't necessarily a good answer, but it is a answer right now. Or an answer. Yep. I have lost all capacity to speak English well. Oops. Right, and have this cut back under. So now not only are you coming up with reasons for this background to be something interesting, you're also changing your surface form, right? So let's you're getting it to be over and under, you know, so even if it's supposed to be flat on the back, sometimes it's just easier to come back here and see what that shape could be, and then just make sure that that shape is that, right? You know, and see, now that is intentional as, oh, I had symmetry on, as opposed to this just being, oh, whatever's left over, right? You know, you could make this so it's not so thin. Knock that back. Build that up so it's a clean edge. And then, right, that could be just an angle. And then that could be an angle. So it reads thin, but it's thick. Right, and you can bring that around, and that changes the face angle, right? Right? So you can see that just by shuffling those surfaces just a bit, you can really change the dynamic of the piece dramatically. And then, like I said, this is, if I remember right, this is a wing. So, you know, you have, sorry, that needs to go behind that. I torque that somehow, didn't I? Oh, you have a star there too. Boy, we're fighting all kinds of crap right there. High res, high res, high res. And then here, where are you? Oh, I'm trying to get rid of that. I'm trying to do something. I can't even remember what the hell I'm trying to do. And I know some of this isn't traditional per se, but it just, like the Scythians, and if you all haven't noticed, I'm a big Scythian fan. They are just so impressive. But they have some of this stuff that's sort of flatty, Celtic, knotty stuff, and they do get some really good depth and interesting step stuff. So, you know, now you have these coming off the surface, right? And whatever that graphic is. Boop, boop. Right. And then you can really make this this bright edge right here, this top edge, you can really carry it through by making it a little bit more dynamic. And instead of that just being a high point, come back in and knock one of those edges back. Right? Use faceting to make the surface move a little bit more. Make it a wee bit more dynamic. Right? You know, I really, the only time I use slash, well, I do use slash in finishing and stuff. The reason you want to use slash, and the reason I like slash is, so what it does is at a soft, when you don't have it strong and you have it big, you get these nice rounds, right? But what makes slash really nice, even when it's small, is that it's doing this, and then it's doing that. So what you get are these really nice curved surfaces coming into an incredibly sharp line. Now, whenever you use slash a lot, you got to remember you are creating noise shells. So you have to make sure that, you know, if you don't want to redynamesh, you still have to remesh by union to get rid of all these noise shells. Because that's how slash stays so sharp, is that it's actually creating this. Oh, you can use it at, I mean, you can make it the very last thing you do, sculpting wise. You just have to make sure that you then process that mesh as if it has noise shells. All right. Did I not change? I don't think I changed that, did I? Oh, I did. Okay. Right? Now, is there anyone else that's here? Because like I said, Arian has some stuff, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, without a doubt. Well, I would keep them separate until I'm, you know, until I'm prepping to go. Or if I plan prepping to go to print, or if I'm going to sculpt, if there's something that crosses between the two and it's just easier to have them as one mesh, I'll do it then. Like I said, you know, do it when you need it, or it can be right at the end, because that way you can decimate the pieces and then remesh by union and go from there. Okay. Right. Oh, let's turn transparency off. No problem at all. Do you have, I didn't mean to just blow off on you. Did you? Hold on. And you don't have to switch back between symmetries as well. No, by no means. No, by no means. Well, I mean, if you continue to work, you would, but you know, if one's bisymmetrical and then the other one's trisymmetrical, then the only time you're going to join them is when you don't need to work on them anymore, right? Interesting. All right. Well, yeah, that's the point. I mean, if you have, Exactly. Exactly. If you have something that's a 3 radial and a bisymmetry and you merge them together, then you need to make sure that um, if you turn on the radial to work on the 3 or the bi to work on the bisymmetrical. So, yeah, you definitely would have to switch between them. And if you're using radial and you merge them together, you cannot move it around in the world because you'll lose your ability to. Um, Sorry, I just started reading there and I was just like, derailed. Yes. I'll just answer yes. Banana boat. No, no, no. Don't worry. I mean, Aaron here did 3 pieces. I mean, 4 pieces maybe. So it's okay. uh, so just anatomy wise, very rarely do breasts just come off. They actually, they're attaching up over here a little more. So you don't just get this big channel down through the center. And usually they have a little bit more weight. And the weight actually is sitting out here because you got to remember that the flesh is attaching, so the weight is actually out here. It's not straight down. So, you get that's sort of the direction of skin activity. But it's stylized, so, making big anatomy, isn't necessarily helpful. I would say if you're going to have this much detail and you're probably not done, obviously, but if you're going to have this much detail in the face, definitely put detail in the hands, because even if the body stays very stylized, we look at hands, right? I think that, is this supposed to be feathers? Yeah, the feathers are a little muddy, and once again, think in layers, right? So I'm going to turn symmetry off on one of these. Turn symmetry off. And let me just quickly. Okay. And once again, it's so much easier if you work in quads, because like right now, I want to come back here and change the feathers, but because you're sculpting in sets of dynameshes, you have no control over your meshes. So when I say, hey, we need to change this, we don't really have the capacity to do it well. Here I'm going to, no, I thought I turned symmetry off. Turn symmetry off, because I want one wing to stay where you were. Of course, good night. Have a good one. Sorry, I'm trying to get through them as quick as possible. I know these turn into epic things. People are like, where's mine? I'm in the middle. So that's why it's easier for you to show up, and then we'll do the ones where people aren't here at the very end, and then that way they know that they can look at their critique easier at the end, and then they can watch the rest of them later, right? So let's think about what wings do. Hold on. And there's only 300,000 polys here. You're never going to get any detail. But we are going to do this. split hidden. And now I'm gonna close holes. Boop. And we're gonna go to Sculptures Pro so I can just kind of get rid of this geometry. And now I'm going to get rid of some of this lumpiness. And I'm going to Z-remesh at its lowest setting. Oh, you know what? Don't worry about it. I mean, it's not a race. And if you get behind, you know, I'm always around, you know, to help. But also remember, I do stream on Pixelogic Monday nights. And really the sessions in Pixelogic are question and answer sessions. So if Monday night anybody needs a little help before they get to the crit sessions, that's also another time that you can hop in and kind of, you know what I'm saying. It's another opportunity. Why are you taking so long? You should just pop that out. I wonder if I didn't actually close that mesh. Hold on. That's taking too long. I just trust it when it takes too long. I'm like, what are you doing in there? Let's just make sure it's Z-remesh. Yeah, there was something floating around in there. I was trying to figure out how to do it. Okay, so let me turn this guy on. We're going to flip you. Transparency on. Boom. I just want to match the wing. And so once again, this is one of the big reasons I would prefer you guys to have subdivision levels. And, you know, this is your first project. You don't know that I want you to do that necessarily, even though we did kind of talk about it. No. All right, so let's kind of get our wings sorted out there. Well, hide that. So now let's divide this sucker. Divide. Or divide. We can start here. All right, so let's think about what wings do. Okay, turn Sculptures Pro off. So basically, you know, your wing, you have that top edge, which is sort of the bone and like the little fluff feathers. So, fluffy feathers. And then you have your first row of flight, your second row of flight, and then you have your big directional control feathers, and then since we're going to give this an extra row of flight, and then whatever's going on there. Okay. So, think in layers, right? Boop. Boop. And since this does get pretty tight up here, we'll just make them smaller up there. And then layer number 2. just going to quickly pop this edge up. Just give a little separation, a little separation. Okay. So now I'm going to grab slide. Actually, we'll grab snake hook. And we'll just create points. And then clay tubes that back. You notice I'm not delineating feathers at all except for the tips, because the tips are going to give us our spacing, right? Cut that back. So now we're going to mask these off. And we want them to be counter, right? We want to kind of be in between. Boop. Let's mask these off. Right. And then we're going to mask this off. And then once again, just kind of try to figure out where that is, right? That's kind of in between. So we start there. All right. And then these will be, let's just say, and those will be bump, 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 bump. All right. So now you have your layers. And you can make these deeper, like this feasibly could be deeper. Depending on how much dynamics you want in it, right? So you actually are getting a convex little curve in here, boom. And then that. Shoop. Nope. Just think about how you're shaping it. Because that way those are going to catch light like scoops, right? And then this is where the joy of SK trim. Decide which one's going in front of the other, right? Whoa, not that big, yo. And then, you know, just obviously you're going to spend a little bit more time making your feathers work. come back in, clay film. And I'm obviously not being very careful here. But I just want you to see the difference between the 3 rows. Make sure there's steps, and then that's basically, that's just a little fluff, right? And you know, you can get in here and make these as convoluted and realistic as you want, but mirror, delete lower, mirror and weld, transparency off, take this guy and hide it. Take all that guy. No, you. And hide it. Right, and just see, if you're thinking about it in layers, it becomes a much cleaner solution to your issue there. So just find places where you can tune and clean. Uh-oh, everybody's been talking quite a bit, huh? Oh, you're all talking about work, not me. Okay. How would you make a single feather? I mean hair? I mean feather? So what do you mean? Well, you know, honestly, how would you make a single feather? Same way. You just block it out. And just say that's the feather, put the seam in, and then just do hashes. Hold on. I know I say I never start with Dynamesh, but this is a place where starting with Dynamesh is fine because I don't want to accept. Snake hook. Now, if I were actually using this or trying to do something with it, I still would do this as a standard block up. But you can do this and then remesh it, you know. So Z remesh. divide. S slash. Not too hard. And this is what I was talking about, veins, right? Whoa, whoa, what do we? Everybody, calm down. Stop it. Feathers definitely have, you know, ew, everything's all turned up high. Low res, get in here. High res. Get kind of the rhythm of the feather. Clay fill, because I just want there to be sort of a smooth surface down the ridge. Decide what you're going to use. And then lower res. Get this to be just a touch more homogeneous. High res, smooth it out just a touch. And once again, SK twist, because that is going to make the directionality of the feather right. Get it going. And these aren't necessarily straight. Sometimes they have like the little flare at the end, right? Now I didn't hit my history state, sadly, but we can just go back to it. And now that sort of gives me those wraparounds on the outside. So here's where you can take snake hook and just pop those little outside edges every once in a while, right? Oops. Take orb cracks, come in here, because I want some separation down here, so just at the very edge. And you can tell I'm not being very careful on that vein, right? Or whatever it's called. Right. Those actually probably come out a little farther, but and then let's go back in history to where there's just the Come on. Did I go over it? No. Okay. All right, we're real close. We're right in here. There it is. Mark this as my history state, and I do that by rolling over the orange square, holding down Control and tapping it. See how it now has that white square in it? Now I'm going to come back out here. Boop. Come all the way back to our edge. I'm going to take history brush. I'm going to turn symmetry off because it does not work with that. And see how my Z intensity is fairly low. Make my brush small. And then I'm just going to come back over. And there you go. That's probably how to make a feather. Bavarian, yeah. Okay. Oh, so let's just real quick look at the other ones here. That's a crystal pendant sort of thing. So here, once again, I think that just being a little bit, you know, your surfaces are nice, and you actually have some good things going here. But once again, these are all meshes. Yeah, and that's even a crappy mesh. Oh, you have it remeshed here somewhere, right? Is that what I'm seeing? How come you have two meshes there? So first thing you have is auto group, split to parts, or group split. Okie dokie. So that'll cause huge problems later on. So that's important. Now, the only other thing I'd say is, you know, once again, I prefer quads. Now, you can use trashed meshes. See how this is all, I think this was probably Sculptress Pro lower down here. No, I think he just pulled it out. Now, Ashley and a number of other people do some really cool stuff by pulling your geometry out, distorting your mesh. Let's go back up and I'll show you what I... Stretching and pulling the mesh, and then coming in and smoothing, and you can get some really cool sort of fabric-y, texture-y sort of things. But you have to practice with it to get these natural distortions. So like if you take snake hook and you really distort the mesh, see this weird distortion stuff? If you dynamesh that, some cool things can happen, right? And then when you smooth it, you get these very cool like little surface tension stuff. But it's definitely a process. You know, it has to be done intentionally or it's wackadoodle. So once again here, I would say you have some good... So here we go, guys, talking about surface tensions, right? We have that. So this is going between the two, like that's your support ridge, that's your support ridge, that's your tensioned membrane, I guess. You know, I would just say don't be shy about committing to some of this stuff, because these nice overlapping surfaces are good, right? So I think you have some good ideas. I just want you to see you go through them more, or finish them, or at least get farther along. right? So, I mean, you're heading down the right road with that. It was just the stuff's soft. And now, is this one more? Yeah. Getting there. You know, this is just, it's kind of not in the middle. You're getting to the point where you're starting to block the stuff out, but no. And this is where having subdivision levels are going to help you, because you can go back, smooth this stuff down, and start to play with it. It's sort of like what I did with the wings, you know, just have things be a little clear where things are and what they're doing. And these, once again, you know, this is where you can make some very dynamic, cool transitions in these scoops. But right. I just make them a little bit more dynamic instead of flat. Here, this kind of acanthus leaf, you know, make sure that they are traveling in order clearly. Right? I think you're getting there. I just think you need to sit down and kind of work through them a little more, but they look great. Okay. Is there anyone that we didn't look at their work? Is there anyone from class that we did not look at your work? I think we got these. That's the frog. Obviously, I touched. That's Eric's. That's. We did Dimitri. We did that one. We did the elephant. We did you, did we not? Yeah, we did Brian. We did that one. Block up with pickle. Oh, yeah, that's the cloud. That was me. I've obviously rubbed all over that one. We did that, and there's a feather. Well, first of all, just from this angle, design around the ring, right? If you have something, you know, you just end at these curves here. Make sure that you are continuing your design around your ring. Otherwise, it just looks like you've drawn on the surface, right? And we are sculpting, so it's important that we go around the rings, right? And this comes back down to making sure there's some things that are going over and under, right? You know, if these things change, you know, if it's going over something and under something else, you're getting much more dynamic surfacing, right? Yeah, just think of right. Don't be scared to not make it just a tight band, go around. No problem. Um, and then here, once again, don't be afraid to get in and change some of your surfaces. You don't want things too sharp on the edges, but like I said, think about different layers, right? So this, and don't just think of things on one plane, right? Make sure that if they're going under, make them go under. And a lot of that just comes down to thinking about what your shapes actually are, Because once again, we're sculpting, we're not drawing. So don't be afraid to be dimensional. Now, you don't want to be two dimensional over here on this side. But I think we're okay. Yeah, that's high enough. It's fine. Right, you see how changing your angle so they're different facets are still selling an interesting shape, but it's not flat. Things are over and under each other, right? So it's a stop, drawing on the surface, start knocking your surfaces over and under, back and forth, and get some dynamic flow going on. No, I mean, they can be, as many layers as you want as long as you're clear about it, right? You know, it just comes down to clarity. And you also have to remember you're only dealing with a few millimeters of thickness, so you can't have, well, you can. I've had business cards laser etched with watchworks that were 6 layers deep, but, they're flat gears. That's a different thing altogether. So I would just say kind of try to wrap your head around the actual dimensionality of some of this stuff. And I think you're going to be happier with the pieces, right? And even if you want all this flatter than what I've done, make sure that the stuff comes around the edges. Just because it just looks cheesy if everything just stops right here. It's like, well, what happened to the rest of the ring? Right? Of course you're going to learn about ring design, but we're just going to do it in steps so you really understand block up, and then you really understand layers, and then we're going to start going into, we'll do pendants first, because pendants basically are pretty flat little sculptures. So we'll do pendants first, and then we will move forward into other stuff. Right? Oh no! You want to see my sizing secrets? Those are important, of course. Okay, so are there any other questions? Does anyone? Well, it's 5. I got here at 8:30. Actually, maybe a little earlier than that. Well, let's say 8:30. So 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30. So I've been here roughly 9 hours, and that means I've been speaking almost 8 hours. So yeah, I don't know. Someone can type something in that little message thing. I don't know. Is it time? I don't know the little commands. Oh, hold on. It's right there. What's it say? Uptime. Hmm. 7 hours and 20 minutes I've been talking. But, I mean, if people have questions, please ask. I mean, this is the time to do it, because when I get home, I'm going to take a nap. So if you're going to text me after this, I don't know how good that's going to do you. How are we doing? Well, we still have 30-something people. All right. Did I not touch anyone's work? I think I got through everybody. And 2, do we have any questions? Well, luckily, the first class is block up, huh? I mean, once again, this was really about just getting something up. Let's look at it, and you'll start to understand some of the differences in how I think about making models than you do. And that's what the first class is about, is sort of my philosophy of models. And it's easier to show you on your work how I see it differently, right? And then next week, well, Monday, you get block up. And Saturday, we do more block up and pendants. Everything is for 3D print, yes. We will eventually. I need to get you all thinking about how to build models and how to perceive them and kind of how to conceive them. And then we'll worry about the printability and stuff. Right? Yes, no. I really like the felt nibs, but in ZBrush, you really do have to press. I mean, the point is getting different pressures. So I think more so than illustration programs, you're a little harder on the nibs in ZBrush. So yeah. What printer did you order? You mean my UI? Yes, it is in the resource file, and it's new. I think it's TSW new color. Wow, that's a whole lot of info. Awesome. Cool. What's startup file? Oh, you mean the new. Well, here, let's just put it there. Give me 1 second. Lower. Now remember, my screen's bigger than most of yours, so it's, well, it doesn't matter. Let's go to home. Let's go to, that's file requests. We'll go files. Where the hell's the educational uploads? There we go. Educational downloads, whatever. Assets 420, and now let us do boop, 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 boop. New project. I assume this is the one you're talking about? No, copy. Might want to copy. Copy. Paste. Bastard. Upload file. Bump. Bump. Nope, 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 nope. Wrong place. Going to the wrong place there, Tomas. There you go. Just drop that in your project folder. And then that way when you are here, and let's say you want to refresh, come here, bump. Go to projects, boop. Click on new project, boop. Oh, hold on. Let me quick save this just in case anybody needs any questions or any of that. So now let's say I'm going to go home and start on something new. Hey, no, let me tell you, just being able to print is the most powerful tool you'll have. It's incredibly good. So we're done. I want to try something new. Go Lightbox. New project. Would you like to save changes? No. Excuse me. And it will. Eventually, it's going to load. Ta-da! There you go. And so, just so everyone remembers, boop. So they'll be in the video section, right? That is the first one. This is the second one. Now, if you go to YouTube, see it says we're live now. But when I stop, this will stop. I had to change the title, but just know it, because it just says Tomas live stream. It doesn't transfer the titles to YouTube for some reason. So I have to come in and change them, but know that they're here as well. And I think I have a channel, right? Or not a channel, it's a tag or something like that. So they'll all be labeled critique sessions or something. I don't know. That was the first day I've actually opened this page in YouTube. So I'm obviously very, very, very on top of my social media. Home. Okie dokie, artichoke. Oh wow, I just wiped out chat. That's good to know too. Oops. Okay, so if anyone has any last minute questions, ask them now or hold your peace. Row. Anyone? All right. Good work, guys. And I will see you in class. All right. I don't know. Are you doing flowers? I might change the project so you don't just get to copy the lily. Maybe you'll have to do a tulip or something. All right. We'll talk to you very soon. Now I have to figure out how to stop streaming again. Oh yeah, that's OBS. All right, guys. Oh, there it is. In stream. See ya.